experts call toxic masculinity.
Research found the underlying cause for could-be masculinity context culture.
Toxic masculinity, we've sort of heard this phrase popping up. The phrase has gained a lot of attention recently, especially with the Me Too movement.
It's showtime.
I'm no godless Tommy. I fought the Star Spangled Banner.
You bring the cavalry?
Woman, I am the cavalry.
They are my people. I am their sovereign. I love them.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Not. Stick around.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to another episode of Masculine Mondays. We're here to talk about Iron Man, which recently had its 18-year anniversary earlier this month on May 4th. And why not talk about a better movie that really kicked off things for the MCU? And if you're new here to the channel, welcome. And you're wondering, what the hell is Masculine Mondays? What do we do here? Well, we talk about why masculinity in cinema is important. There's a video that will be in the description below that talks more about it as a prelude to these Monday night streams. And every Monday is a new movie where we discuss things based on the masculine traits for the characters in different scenes. And we go through three very important criterias of affirmation, inspiration, and aspiration, why they matter the most for these characters. And we give a nice little rating from 1 to 10. And then we give a nice little rating overall for the whole movie. As much as I could talk about it by myself, it's more fun and a much better time when talking about it with the group of people who share the masculinity. Introducing Mr. Blue Collar Loser, Mr. Film Comics Explained, aka Niyat, Cole Hauser, Mo Zamborde, Jeff up north, and Emperor Goodwin. Gentlemen, how are you doing tonight?
Doing great.
Curiously aroused. No, it's my understanding we're celebrating Jon Favreau because his new masterpiece is coming out this weekend, right?
Yes, this also aligns up with Jon Favreau's greatest and latest film in the Star Wars realm, still under the Disney helm.
Grogu, look.
Mandalorian Grogu.
Close enough.
Yeah, because it's sorry. Oh my God, Blue! I never knew you were furry.
Yeah, we got
Don't worry. The drunker I get, the more he looks like Grogu.
Yeah, mine too.
Might be a shade different there, but
Yeah,
Cole, why do you have Mo Zambode with you in the?
that's Ryan.
Oh, okay. Nick's had enough. He's like, no, if I'm going to lose the channel, and by God, I'm not going to actually be online when it happens.
Yeah.
So the hell with that.
no, I had a little gremlin come up to my desk, and I had to say hello.
In there.
You know,
Mo, do you have a doll? Sorry,
Do I have a what?
a plushie.
A plushie?
Don't bring out the real doll. Don't do that. No.
It's right behind him.
you gotta be careful about them
I got
dolls.
this little guy. Got a little avocado. Courtesy of ABF, who has served the summons. The lawsuits in the mail.
Oh, shit. Yeah, Mo. So I got so Johnny Walker Black Label Scotch. It's like Tony Stark.
Ooh,
Try this shit out.
Nice.
yeah, yep. Nice. You did you put that in the freezer?
Yeah. Yeah, well, before stream, yeah. So that, and later on we got the doers here. The where D-Wars.
Doers.
What
Yeah.
they
I don't know, but I appreciate 144p stream, Blue. It's very exciting.
I mean, it can't be the good fucking vodka, but you know.
I mean, it can be, you know. Also, I should say every night is also a new liquor that Blue also consumes. So now it's Scotch.
I mean, the worst thing is what he mixes it with. It's like, okay, do I have any chocolate milk? Okay, well, I'll mix it.
You
with that.
So I got ginger ale.
strawberry
Trying this
protein
out.
shakes. You never know.
I know. I forgot the
Cottage
protein shakes.
cheese.
I mean, next week it could be some sort of fruit or vegetable. It kind of just
no, that's far too
muddled.
healthy. That's far too healthy for him. Stop that.
Well, I no, I was gonna make a joke, but we'll save that for later.
Let's let the first couple of minutes go by before we get demonetized.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yes, we have a couple first timers here on Masculine Mondays with Mo Zamboni and Cole Hauser. So, welcome to the fold, Jeff. Welcome back, Niet. Welcome back as well. Glad to have you both here amongst us. So, this should be a fun stream. We will have a lady joining us because there's a lady in the film with Pepper Potts. So I think it kind of just makes sense to have one for the stream. But
Is she going to assist our executiveness in some way, or
probably?
Okay, all right. Well, that's helpful. Yeah, maybe take a little dictation. Be fine.
Yeah, I think she's based enough, so I think she would be okay with that.
Okay.
Well, we'll say what's up to everyone in the chat that was patiently waiting for us. Daxi, how are you doing, my friend? Furry creatures, hope you are doing well. Rio, good to see you. I am doing well on this Monday evening here. So, and we were waiting for Waylon to basically say this, and that's why we knew the cue when to start. So, what's going on, Waylon? Good to see you. Bootzilla, always a pleasure, my friend. Hope you are doing well. We've got Ronan, who is over on Isaac's channel for his birthday stream. Good to see you, Ronan, as well. Shield Wall, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well, too. Always a pleasure. Jax, what's up, my friend? My power went out. Rip. Took forever for the ISP's battery backup to kick in, but you're back.
Yeah, I'm got some spicy storms rolling through as well, so I may or may not be here.
Right. Well,
Emperor Goodwin will embrace the darkness.
Yes. Storm upon me, brother.
You only thought you had power until the storm came in.
Yeah.
They expect one body at the desk.
Exactly. Jacob Ironside, what's going on, my friend? Hope you're doing well. For $2, our short King Rossi. Freaking Mo?
I understand.
Deflated Rose.
Yeah.
Lamau face.
Certain amount of placidity that one has when.
It's all right. I'm used to it.
Rossi, this clip is for you.
I can hook you up with.
Remember me? Sure don't. Look great, Hef.
I don't know what you were gonna say, and I don't want to know.
I was going to hook you up with some blue pills. I just figured.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
I'm getting old, so
maybe more than one.
As opposed to blue.
Theatricality. No.
not so much getting there.
Unfortunately, my wife is initiated.
Her disappointment is great.
That's a good one. Good one, Nick knows. It's not me getting there. It's just the staying. That's the problem.
Yeah. 38 seconds. I mean, blue aspires to that.
I think minutes a marathon, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Oh,
most of that's trying to get the clothing on.
Yeah, you finished that scotch.
Honestly, this scotch. I mean, we can get 45 after scotch.
Whoa.
Oh man. Oh, all right.
Whiskey dick my ass.
No, wait a minute. Hold up.
What?
Don't be talking about your kinks on stream.
No.
I was going to say, the thing for you, Blue, if you're only lasting a certain amount of seconds, every time you're a second longer, you're kind of achieving the new
That's
goal,
right. New personal best. New personal best.
2026 all about goals. My deadlift went up. My pull-ups went up. Time goes up.
Right.
Time
it's
to
like
nut.
subverting
Definitely going
expectations.
down. It's a trade-off.
Yeah. Always keep them wondering, right?
Yeah.
Just kind of just make sure that
Shield. No, I don't believe he's streaming from his pantry. I believe that there was an unfortunate accident with the Vaseline, and it got on the lens.
I'm in a basement in shame. Okay, in popcorn buckets. I know what it is.
Oh gosh. Yeah. No one knew who I was until my power went out.
It's true.
Oh gosh. Yeah, what's up, Proctophile? Sup, nerds? Yeah. And another $2 from Rossi. Love you, Blue.
Of course you do, because I'm taller than you.
Well, I mean,
I'm
possible.
I'm 5'5", so.
Oh, no.
Rossi's 5'4".
That is true.
Rossi? Forgot.
So Rossi apparently last year, wasn't this your MegaCon last year? He gave up a seat for me. So that because my son and I snuck in because I'm a great father. I just it was at capacity. I'm like, screw the fire marshal, let's get in here. So we got in there, and I saw this guy kicking his legs with his feet off the ground because he's so tiny. He's like, "You want my seat?" And I'm like, "Sure." So then he just went away with his pot of gold, and that was the last I saw him.
Okay. He's afraid you were after his Lucky Charms.
Yeah, well,
understandable.
yeah.
For another $5, Rossi says, "I'm about to have an accident with some Vaseline." Good.
That's understandable. Yeah.
Gross.
There's the socks emoji.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get drunk and eat it and mistake it for something else.
What?
Speaking from experience again?
Theoretically, yeah.
That's oddly
Or is that
specific
peanut
to
butter?
your life experience. I don't know what the
Every
hell
time
you're
I see
talking about.
every time I see my doctor, he's like, "You amaze me." I'm like, "Thank you."
Yeah, I'm not sure he means that in the positive way that you think it does. That's,
I'll say for those who weren't here for the last year's birthday stream, Blue got drunk enough where he was eating peanut butter.
eating peanut butter with a fucking pencil.
With a fucking pencil.
With a pencil?
Allegedly.
Yes.
Yeah, he was eating it with a pencil.
He was inspired by John Wick, so decided to.
I don't think that's what it was. I think it was desperation, and he just grabbed whatever. He thought it was a spoon.
I mean, at that point, like, you just use your hands.
I didn't black out and watch the replay afterwards.
Dord, what's going on? Is this the Ironheart stream? Hey,
Oh,
black
yes.
people.
Absolutely.
Papa Pumpkin.
Don't worry, Cole. He has no soul.
Oh, I know. He pops in my streams once in a blue moon.
We're gonna see a lot of puns from Gord tonight. I'm sure of it. What can I give you, Rossi?
A wanking sock. What do you give him?
I'll give you some Orgasmo. How about that?
Fights every day. No, it's probably the titties. Now you're a mile. Oh my, oh my, oh my.
And now I love that
The
movie.
best
It's
movie.
so
Come
good.
on.
Jizz Master Zero, the best name ever.
Choda boy.
Orgasmo and Chodo Boy.
Yeah, when are you gonna cover Orgasmo on movie nights?
I've never seen it.
Oh my God.
What?
Dude.
I can add it to
Wow.
the list.
You have to.
He's in Australia, so
I'm busy dealing with the emus.
Right.
All I gotta do is what was the line? Dude, I don't want to be seen gay or anything.
Yeah. It was like gay or nothing.
Oh yeah, I don't want to see
That
gay
was
or nothing.
always
And then
the
like
thing he was
proceeding that gets way. It's so good.
the best where I was crying laughing. He's like stunt cock and comes out a black guy. What's up?
The black guy. Yeah. Yeah.
He's like,
No, they'll be fine. They won't notice it. It's fine.
Oh, dude, there's so many. If we get talking about this, we're never gonna stop.
Orgasmo is, yeah.
It really is amazing.
Let's put it this way: one of the South
Park.
Park guys voices a fat woman having sex.
Yes. The other one is the guy who keeps saying, I don't want to be gay or nothing, but
Yeah,
that's
Matt
one of the
Stone,
South Park guys.
Trey
Yeah.
Parker, Trey Parker is
Trey.
like a fat guy. He's like, oh my God. It's yeah, I'll leave it there. It's great, wonderful.
Another Aussie, Shippy.
Shippy.
What are you doing, bud? Good to see you, man.
I'm convinced that Australians only watch YouTube. I think in all of our chats, we have 5 or 6 of them on Friday nights.
Don't you
Which
guys
is
go to the
awesome.
same
Absolutely.
soundstage? Upper Peninsula Canadians and Australians are fake, right? So you guys
Yeah,
go.
well,
you guys
I
go. You guys film in the same sound stage, right? You guys all. You all
Yeah.
live in Iowa, like in an expansive part.
It's
You just fake
it's
it.
Kubrick's former soundstage. He
Yeah.
used to fake the moon landings, obviously. And so-
Right.
Wow.
Exactly. What's up, Beard Coats? Good to see you as well. I think I'm missing nowhere else. Yeah. So Iron Man. There was a post I saw the other day. It was like you would get 100K for every movie you've watched 100 times, and I was like, well, I'd be a multimillionaire. I might say that this one, since 2008, I've probably seen close to 100 times. I think it is definitely one of the better MCU films, and I think for an origin story, especially for not only Robert Downey Jr.'s career, but for Iron Man reinvigorating this character more than the actual comic books did. You know, and Jon Favreau, I'd say too, for his movie making, which is probably seeing the end of days after this weekend with Mandalorian and Grogu. Just really emphasized like what good comic book movie writing looked like, which you know, this movie is very rewatchable, and I'm within the last week I watched it 2 or 3 times, like, you know, once just kind of jot down notes, you know, getting you know, clips and whatnot, but yeah, there's just a lot of great parts in it. And again, just thinking about this movie with the masculinity involved, there's been a few recent movies that have kind of in the MCU realm I've been thinking more about, maybe potentially covering down the line. But this was one of them that I really didn't even think about until I think Goodwin and I were talking about it last December. Thinking like a year ahead, maybe like, do we cover something like when Doomsday comes out, right? Like, but you know, Iron Man came up, of course, and again, just thinking about it and watching a couple of times, it's like there's some really great lines of dialogue in this movie that emphasize masculinity, which is again really great. And you know, and I know when screenwriters are thinking of movies, obviously, I'd like to imagine most of them are always kind of thinking about themes. What kind of themes do we want to include? But no one is really so much writing like how much masculinity should we put in this. It kind of just almost happens because of, you know, the like proper character arcs, proper themes, and proper you know, plot engagement. And this is a movie that again has a nice variety of it, especially, you know, a balance of characters between Yinsen and, you know, Obadiah Stane, Rhodey, Tony, and even Pepper. So like, you know, we'll talk about all 5 of those characters and really kind of dive into the scenes that really you know, highlight them the most. But before we really get into it, does anyone want to kind of talk about their initial thoughts for the masculinity sake of this movie?
I believe it covers all of the bases, even some of the ones that are kind of painful to think about when you are a father or a husband or something like that. I don't know how you structure these, but I believe it captures all of the good parts and some of the bad parts, but mostly the good parts. Like, I think it does a good job of kind of showcasing masculinity with warts and all, because nobody's perfect, and it does a good job of showing that.
Yeah. I think that's kind of often the best films that feature masculinity are the flawed people who have to overcome those flaws and become better. And it's not that you oh, look, I've got to the end, I'm now good. It's like, no, this is a constant struggle to improve, to get better. And when situations present themselves that you know, kind of point out your flaws or realize problems in the world that you may not have been aware of, then you have a choice. I mean, you can either kind of just keep going the way you are, or you can step up and try and improve yourself. And that's the one thing about Tony Stark is he has plenty of personality flaws, and they're not just whisked away. But his core understanding of the world and his, you know, his contributions to it are shook pretty hard. And he meets someone who really is, I mean, like Apex Chad, you know, early in the film, and it causes him to reevaluate things. And so when he gets back, he's a much different view, and then he's more proactive in trying to do the right thing. And that's the best you can do.
Yeah, I would debate that Tony arguably has the best arc out of all the later on the rest of the MCU.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, I know that they didn't really plan it this way, but I do think there are things in this movie that you think about now over, you know, the mainly all the Avengers movies in particular. Not so much Iron Man 2 or 3, although I haven't watched either of those in a while, but you know, especially with like Infinity War and Endgame, you know, specifically for Tony's involvement, I guess, with this movie and who he becomes. Like, there's a line, you know, again, where Yinsen is, you know, makes that sacrifice and he dies, and you know, and he says, you know, he says like, don't waste your life.
Yeah.
do something with it and be something better. And even like there's a line on the plane with Rhodey when they're flying over to Bagram Air Base, and even a drunk Rhodey is like, man, like you don't know your potential. You could become so much more. It's like kind of a little, give and take there. Like, hey man, like you could totally be better than you are, Tony, because you have so much potential, and it's not so much because of his fame or wealth, but of his skill, his knowledge, his geniusness. I mean, obviously, like when he gets introduced, it's like in age 4, he did this, age 6, and graduating from MIT at age 17, and it's like he has all these great achievements, and what he's been able to do. He takes over a major business at age 21, right after his father passes away, and so there's a lot of aspiration that is in Tony's life, and I think again, jumping all the way to Infinity War and Endgame, where he has to decide and make these tough choices, but he's also willing to sacrifice his life at that point in time. But he was also willing to sacrifice his life here.
We throw in Civil War, with the choices he makes versus Cap, and again, that's more of the looking and going. I'm not sure that we're responsible enough or answerable enough, given our powers, to not have someone over the top of us, who's in charge of us. And that kind of goes back to this movie where he's a man-child to begin with, right? I mean, he'd be brilliant, but he essentially lives in this kind of bubble of everybody enables him because of what he's capable of doing, and then reality decides to take out his fun bee, and here we go.
Yep. And here's the thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Nina.
Go ahead, Mo.
Oh, well, what I was going to say before we get too far into the movie itself, you have to remember, for those of us of a certain age when this came out, if you Robert Downey Jr. was downtrodden. He had so many, like, he ruined his career. He was
multiple times.
He was Tony Stark. He literally was. He was all this potential completely wasted. And
who had kind of got his position because of his father and all of that, right? I mean,
it was literally he was Tony Stark.
He was born in that role.
So we were like, what? Robert Downey Jr. Isn't that the guy that got drunk and passed out in somebody's living room? Yes, it was, which is pretty awesome, actually, in a certain kind of way.
Been in prison a couple times.
But I'm just saying, like, just wasted potential. Ultimate. We'd seen how he acted in Chaplin and stuff like that. Like, he in 80s movies as well, he was great. But we were like, okay, this guy's toast, man, because we've seen so many actors just burn out and pass away because they just couldn't handle it, like Corey Haim, Margot Kidder, not Margot Robbie. Right. She's not burnt out, that's for sure. But people don't understand that, like, this was the multiplier that made this movie so great, is because they both had the same character arc. They both had to feel that. And Papa Pumpkin, yes, geniusness. I heard that too, and I disagree. That hurt my soul. I don't know what word that came from. I don't know. We got a Canadian and an Australian in our chat here. Is that a word you guys use over there?
No, disavow.
Yeah.
Well, plus Mo, I'm sure everybody that's pretty common knowledge now. Remember, Robert Downey. Everyone's like, you are not bringing him in for this film, and friggin' Favreau fought to get Downey because he was unsurable.
Oh, he was going to tank his whole career just to get Robert Downey Jr. in there because he thought he was the guy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now he's going to tank his career on a Mandalorian.
Yeah, like if you look at his, like, one of the movies I remember watching him in was Less Than Zero.
Yes, yeah, that's another one that's absolutely him playing his actual life at the time.
Exactly, and you look from where he went from to basically doing Iron Man. So
U.S. Marshals was before this as well, right?
Yeah, 2001.
Right. Okay.
2001 or ish or 99. It was very like around the turn of the millennium. Might have been 2000. Yeah.
And he was in some great. Sorry, go ahead, Neil.
No, go ahead, Cole. There's a bit of a delay in Australia.
No, I was just going to mention, like, when you look at his films from, Back to School, Weird Science, some of those things that he did, and just for what where he's become from when he went to Less Than Zero, and then of course that break of a span, and then of course being cast for Iron Man. So it kind of just, as Mo said, that's where it kind of made sense for who he actually was, and be like he was Tony Stark.
Yeah, I mean those you really have two movies that bookend what was going on in his life. And Less Than Zero was absolutely just Robert Downey Jr. Getting absolutely addicted and doing all kinds of heinous shit, while on drugs or needing drugs. And then he has there's quite an empty space in his career when he's having to deal with his legal problems and personal problems. He does Chaplin, which Chaplin was really kind of revelatory for showing that Downey could do serious drama and play really good characters, not just kind of himself or being the snarky kind of guy, but then just again he has some problems, and then here we go with this one, and this is really in many ways his redemption, and take his career's allowed to take off. And unlike a lot of people that we'd seen where they have a rough patch and then they get some success and then they fall right back into the same problems again, RDJ was able to stay clean and keep rolling, and just putting up bangers, because this is the same year that Tropic Thunder comes out.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, 2008 is like, hello, RDJ, you're back and you're bigger than ever.
And then if you can just think about how, and remember, Less Than Zero was not just your normie movie. That movie was pretty wild for the subject at hand and what they were doing.
Yeah.
Especially James Spader's character playing opposite for what.
Well, Spader was always playing Spader's character. He was always an evil bastard in everything he was, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, when you have a scene where RDJ is blowing Spader for drugs because he's basically turned Spader out. Or turned RDJ out, because of drugs or whatever. Yeah, Less Than Zero is it's a tough movie.
It is.
Yeah,
I think on paper this was such a gamble of a film. You've got like
it was back then. We're like, what are they? Oh, sorry, Nayat, go ahead.
No, but like they've got like a B-list superhero, an actor fresh out of Hollywood exile, a studio with no proven track record. Like they put all of their money into this. If this had collapsed, the MCU would have just. It would have never have existed. And you've got like a director who is known for making indie comedies, not blockbusters. And there's something too, we were discussing this on our Terminator discussion yesterday, when you have like a director who's super hungry to prove themselves, actors who are super hungry, like a limited budget, it breeds creativity and innovation. And this is like the perfect display of that. When I was rewatching this yesterday, something struck out to me, and it's the dichotomy of masculine traits between Tony Stark, Ho Yinsen, and Obadiah Stane. Because Tony Stark is the only one that really goes on an arc where at the beginning he's the classic image of hollow masculine traits. He's brilliant, he's rich, he's funny, very cocky, he's adored by everybody, and he doesn't take anything serious. But the whole point of the film is that that's not enough. And his arc is about moving from boyish indulgence to this sort of adult masculine accountability. And then you've got Obadiah Stane, who is his main influence point after the death of his father. He's the person that's sort of been raising him, has been in control of his company, and he's distorted masculinity. He plays sort of two characters on the surface. He's powerful, he's commanding, he's paternal, he's strategic, and he's very experienced. But all of that is corrupted by greed and cowardice and a lust for control. He wants power, but without conscience, strength, or sacrifice, or legacy, or even morality. And then you have Ho Yinsen, who I think is the most complete man in the film in terms of from a moral perspective, because he's calm, he's wise, brave, he's compassionate, he's self-sacrificial, and he has none of Tony's glamour and none of Obadiah's power, but he possesses the deepest inner strength. And I think he's the most masculine character in the film as a result of his consistency. And it's just amazing that Tony just spends a couple of weeks with him and he's an absolutely changed man by the end of it.
Yeah, and I mean, for comic book fans, this by all accounts, like you said, if you're to average comic book fan, hey, like, how should we start the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Nobody on Earth ever said Iron Man. I had friends when they saw the first picture of the suit, like, oh, it looks shitty, looks cheap. Who the fuck wants Robert Downey? Why would you start a cinematic universe with Iron Man? But like all 5 people know who he is, and by all accounts, this should not have worked. This universe shouldn't have worked, and it does show the power of like creativity when everybody's actually trying.
Well, I want to make clear that when Iron Man was made, there was no "we're making a cinematic universe." They were. If this movie failed, Marvel was going to have to dissolve itself and like sell off even more properties that had already, had some sell-offs or whatever. But this was if this flops and we lose money, we are bankrupt, and things are going to be sold in the bankruptcy sale, right?
And
what they very intelligently did, unlike DC. And a number of other properties later that decide we're going to have cinematic universe, make one good damn movie, and if you're successful, then you start trying to build, and you go, you iterate, you establish your characters in individual movies, in maybe a couple of movies to again get some deeper lore, and then occasionally you have okay, we all come together and we have an Avengers or something like that, and then we split back out, and then we come back in and all that, right? But you first have to make one good movie that actually gets people interested. And somehow everybody missed that point moving forward. They just want to jump to, I want the cinematic universe, so I'm going to throw all the toys together and smash them together real hard. And they fail, and they wonder why.
And here's the thing. Marvel was on life support. Their properties.
Yep.
We had Spider-Man 3, which does have its fun moments. It was not a good movie.
No,
I'm sorry, and we won't go into that. But I'm just saying, like, it wasn't perception is reality. It wasn't reviewed well. Wasn't perceived very well. Hulk 2003 had come out.
Eric Bana.
With Eric Bana. So like Marvel it wasn't doing well, man. Like you had some good Spider-Man movies, but
those were Sony because they had the rights to it because Marvel had already had to license out all of their stuff.
Right, but Marvel people don't. We're kind of keyed into it now, but back then it's just like. You got your DC, you got your Marvel. You don't know who owns what. Yeah. You just know, because we didn't have the cinematic universes back then. We just had their separate. Batman was in its own universe. Superman was in its own universe.
Yeah, but from a revenue standpoint, I mean, Marvel's not pulling that much, but Sony's making the majority of the money off of that. But like they're getting licensing fees.
Right. You had Batman Begins, and you had Batman: The Dark Knight. Well, you had The Dark Knight coming out that year. I think they came out right around the same time. So DC was like at an all-time high. Yep. Yeah, Superman Returns didn't do well, but Batman Returns had people super excited. So when Marvel came out, like people don't understand like how many things were against this movie when it came out. It had nothing going for it. People are like, why did you pick the drug addict? Why did you do this? Who cares about Iron Man? People like don't glaze over that. Iron Man didn't even make it into most of the cartoons when we were growing up. And when he did, it was like, fine, I'm gonna go play outside. Screw this, It was like who gives? It was like
is that guy Black Sabbath sang about? Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, okay. That's the only reason that I was like, okay, and that was an awesome part of this movie, the way they incorporated it.
Yeah,
really
cool.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So, but anyways, it was just like. We look back fondly upon this, but this was like, what is this? We're thinking like this is gonna be another Hulk 2003, or like like it looked like it was gonna be a massive mistake. And I went to the theater and I'm like, I remember ending and I'm like, holy crap, this was awesome.
Yeah.
I was. I think
even with the ending too, with Nick Fury talking about the Avengers Initiative, you're like, is this happening? Are they doing this? Like, but we waited more years to get the first Avenger with Cap, Thor, because wasn't the Incredible Hulk movie with Edward Norton that was also
Iron Man was in there. It was 2009 or 10.
Was it? Like right after this.
It was right after. I think it was the next movie, wasn't it?
Technically, that was that's what it was down. It was in that's canon to the MCU verse. So
I just want to call out Cole Hauser. You had Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I had Captain America from 1990.
Okay, yeah. Well, I was just going back because when Mo was talking about how where Marvel was pretty much going, and when they brought out that Nick Fury movie, so it was just like
Yeah, I mean they're really I mean their one real big success that was their own was Blade.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was
But yeah, I remember Batman 89 and then look, Captain America. I mean, they had cardboard cutouts, the silhouettes in the movie theaters talking about here comes Cap. And I was like, all right. And then it just went away. And I was like, wait, did the movie release? And then I saw it later and I was like, oh yeah, I'd have taken that shit out too.
Yeah, because
that Captain America was
a choice.
Because if you went, I would actually pick the red brown Captain America over that 1990 Captain America.
Dude, Corman's Fantastic Four is better than that 1990 Captain America by a lot.
Yeah, because like to piggyback off Mo, also from the Fox land, I mean, X-Men 2 was peak, but then X-Men 3 box office disappointed fans.
Oh, dude, yeah, that was the one I was thinking of. Thank you.
Yeah, and plus both Fantastic Four films are kind of like mediocre at best, especially with the whole Galactus cloud, which pissed everybody off. So even the Fox brand was losing, and even X-Men First Class didn't do too well, but like the other franchises weren't doing well either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like 13 or 14 when this movie came out, and I wasn't into comic books or anything like that. I think I grew up watching Superman and Batman cartoons, but Iron Man was the only movie I think I've ever gone back-to-back weekends to see it again in theaters. It definitely worked with a younger generation like me, and I just watched it again last night and today, and it's definitely held up for the last, 18 years.
Yeah.
So is the CGI. The CGI is amazing.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. I was like, man, like the CGI in this movie is still really well done. You know,
Well,
I
again,
watched it in 4K. I was like, wow, like I'm still impressed for 18 years later.
Yeah, I think to Niat's point, when you have constraints, okay, I can't just have magical CGI creatures flying everywhere and all that stuff like we do in later Marvel things, but also when you understand that there are limitations to CGI, so I'm only going to use them in certain places, right? and try and make it work within a confined budget. There's only going to be a few set pieces that are going to be big. Most of this is going to be people talking, for God's sakes. You forget that, right? When you think about this Iron Man, you're like, oh, and he comes out and he's bashing. It was like, dude, that's like, I mean, there might be 15 minutes of real effects in this movie, period. And then everything else is a lot of talking and interaction and again, character building and things like that. And it's why those moments hit. You build up to it. When it's just constant CGI sludge, then you just, become numb to it. It's the build up that matters for this. It's the story that matters to it. And these are things that don't cost you anything, right? I mean, writing, you're going to pay for writing regardless.
Right.
How about just pay for good writing, or you're going to have directing, give this. And again, for this one, a lot of the script, as far as like lines and things like that was done on the fly, right? They were kind of making this as they went, with Favreau and RDJ and others, coming up with lines. I mean, they understood the general arc of the story that they were going to make, but filling in all these blanks and the line delivery, the snappiness with it's very comedic in its timing,
dude. Yeah,
but it works so well. Right.
The one line that I love from this movie, and when you're saying that, it just made me think of it, is his de-suiting routine messes up.
Well, let's be serious. This is not the worst thing.
Yeah, this isn't the worst thing. He pauses. He's like, this isn't the worst thing you caught me doing.
Exactly.
I remember being in the theater, and it was like a huge laugh. Yeah.
Well, and you can hear him like, so they're not doing the kind of crappy, either I can't act or the writing is crap, or we're pausing for applause, but the overlapping talking, right? When he's saying stuff while Pepper is saying things, and then she's having to respond at the same speed that he's doing it, and then he's already one step ahead, right?
Yep.
It's those kinds of things. Those demonstrate that you're really familiar with someone. Yeah. Right. That you can just kind of, be in that kind of, witty rapport and being able to, fire back and forth quickly. And that, again, helps build characterization and helps build, your understanding of the relationships with people and all of that. Now look at the hollow shit that they put out now.
Yeah.
Right. It's just like nobody competent is involved in any of these movies that are coming out now. And at this time, it was a risk, and you were bringing in some people that you may not have been big names, and certainly weren't for this kind of thing, but they were hungry and they had an idea for what they wanted to do, and a sincerity, right? There's no point in this movie where it looks and kind of winks at the audience. There's none of this, I'm going to be ironic and dispel that, right? All of this is done in a sincere fashion because they believe in the character and the story they're telling. We don't have that anymore.
Yep, and I would liken it to I don't want to bring sports into this, but it applies. It's what's commonly known as the Jordan syndrome. If you look at somebody that makes it look easy, you think it's easy, so you don't put the effort into it like Jordan did. Right. Jordan put in all the effort to be as good as he was. The people that made Iron Man literally put their careers on the line. Favreau, Robert Downey Jr. I'm sure anybody else that was attached to it, because if it failed, they would have all been just kind of
Jeff
swept
Bridges. He'd been around for a bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he was just like in kind of whatever roles, but he was fantastic as Obadiah Stane. Ralphie from A Christmas Story, for crying out loud.
Yeah,
but
like I know for myself, I wasn't an Iron Man fan. I knew who Iron Man was, but I followed Spider-Man. I didn't mind the Fantastic Four movies that came out, the two. But after I watched Iron Man, I was like, okay, this is my guy. I love Iron Man, because the movie was just so well done that, going back and watching, because I think for this one, I've watched this multiple times more than I have watching 2 or 3.
Yeah.
So
I think going back to what Goodman was saying about how modern blockbuster films and the modern MCU films in general are just a CGI sludge fest. Part of what makes great integration of CGI in films is CGI being used to augment what's happening, right? So having practical effects happening in the foreground and the CGI in the background when necessary. But you can only do that if you've storyboarded the entire thing. And the problem with modern MCU movies is they're just shooting on a green screen. They don't even know what the fight sequences are going to be or what's happening in the background. They just say, let's do that all in post-production. And then post-production ends up taking 6 months to a year. They end up spending double the budget that they initially anticipated. And these movies balloon to like $300-400 million, not including marketing. Whereas this movie cost, what, $80 million?
Actually looked at the production was 140, which also
140.
That's crazy. I think it was that high.
But also for 2008, yes, to launch a new cinematic universe on $140 million budget, everything, but that's just one of the biggest gambles of our lives.
Yeah, this was Marvel going all in. We're either going to make it or we're not.
Yeah, you literally have a guy, your main actor he might be off drugs. We don't know.
Yeah.
Like you have Jon Favreau, who is very talented, and he was, he's the can you blow me where the Pampers is and freaking PCU,
he's the linebacker from the Replacements, right?
He's Rudy's roommate. Like, it's just like not exactly a stellar list of things, but I just shared this picture. This is what we had. Those of us who grew up in the 80s, this is like what we saw as Iron Man. We're like, really?
Yep.
Like,
yeah.
I don't know what's going on right now, but
Vision.
I would say Jon Favreau was pretty much back then known for being in Friends than pretty much anything else.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah.
Speaking of CGI,
once again, not. Yeah, go ahead.
Also, I remember when I seen this film, also, as we said, CGI aged well. When I first watched this, this looks just like Transformers, which came out the year prior. And Favreau did quote saying that after seeing Transformers, he knew this film, it's possible. And I remember taking my kid to go see Transformers 15th year anniversary. People can love or hate the Bay films. The first time, because I grew up in the 80s with Optimus Prime being a big fucking block. When he first transforms in that film, I was like, this is the greatest film of all time for me.
Dude, I literally got broken up.
And people said with David Jones, with the second part is from love or hate it, man. David Jones' CGI to this day still fucking holds up because like Nia said, because back then it was planned out. It wasn't like, look at Iron Man CGI in 2008. Then go look at Captain America 4's Red Hulk.
I'd rather
sorry,
I don't want to do that. No, I don't.
Sorry, Blue Collar. I hate those Transformer Bay movies. With a Mo will tell you.
No,
you go ahead. Your unbridled hatred needs to be shown.
From a story aspect, I get a call, but from a technical standpoint, Optimus' transformations. I mean, I first seen it like this is fucking amazing.
I will say, and this pains me to defend the Transformers movies in any way, but the first Transformer movie, it literally looked like you were transforming one of the toys. right? And then it just became, it looked like there was an explosion in a razor blade factory, and then somehow, then here we go. It's it just got stupid looking.
I didn't see that at all. I just saw utter slop. They had no.
I agree,
they did not do any research when it came to Transformers. They did nothing. All they just figured, they just saw a couple. They saw a couple pictures and a couple gifs and said, "You know what? This looks pretty cool," and they ran with that.
I mean, I will say the Transformers was utter slop because it started with a cartoon that was essentially a toy commercial, and with a theme song that I changed to Transvestites Homos in Disguise because I was a teenager and it was amusing to me.
Yeah.
As a Transformer purist, I just think the movies were the worst creation ever thought of. You know,
Mega Fox and Bumblebee, so I needed.
Oh, even they were garbage.
I love the idea of Cole Hauser starting a great crusade. You know, the Canadians come down in their armor and their robes, and they're gonna defeat the Transformer.
No, Cole Hauser is Michael Bay's Obadiah Stane.
That's right.
He's like Peter Cullen voiced this in a closet. I'm not Peter Cullen.
Yeah,
I'm coming.
the legendary Peter Cullen.
Yes,
who also created
Canadian
Predators. Noise.
Oh well, his legend is somewhat diminished now.
Like, where do you get all this money from? Thank you very much.
You know, they had a Downey wearing practical suit. Then I remember seeing Civil War in theaters, and like, boy, the airport scene. Like, whenever you see Downey, you can tell right there. Like, it was so jarring when he's talking because then they switched to practical suit to like all the chest plate. Like even Tom Holland was wearing a pajama suit. Like Toby at least wore a suit, and that's one thing. Look at Iron Man 1 CGI, then look at like Infinity War, the nano suits. Like it's just the CGI kept going down every fucking year as the production values get higher.
Yeah, the worst part is the nano bullshit. That now here we go. I mean I don't know if you've been to like a con where you have the Iron Man fans who have actually built suits and are walking around in them, and they look like the first movie, and I mean it's impressive that is. And the one thing I kind of turned to my wife when Tony's putting the suit on the first time, and I was like, I miss when Iron Man was actually mechanical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, instead of Motorhead's dream, basically.
Yeah, just
instead of
yeah, I was like, yeah, what are the you know, I'm gonna my dial calipers and check that thing out. I don't know, it seems like
let's not sleep on the sound design real quick because it the fact that it was like made of like pistons and servos and stuff like that.
Yeah, not only that, but I mean the when he's falling after the he's powered down, he's kind of exhausted his arc reactor. Yeah. The spurts from his it sounds like somebody shooting up like a Roman candle or something, right? I mean, and it was like, that would actually be the noise that I would expect to hear, from this. And it's just.
Speaking of sound, the soundtrack, just not only the AC/DC that comes in at the perfect point, but anytime he's in a battle, just that heavy chugging guitars and the riffs. Perfect.
Whatever the actual like rock score is behind this is very well done.
Well, I mean, but it matches Tony, right? Because Tony is like a rock and roll kind of guy. I mean, sex, drugs, and rock and roll is his life. Also, being very smart and building weapons, but he's living the rock star dream.
Ironmongers.
Yeah, and you could when you have a guitar heavy like riff like that. There's a movie called Eraser from 1996.
Schwarzenegger,
and it is cringe guitar.
Oh yes, it is.
It's like it's like, dude, he's like 55 years old. It's like I need a prostate exam.
Wow. He kills you. He kills the CGI alligators like your luggage.
Yeah. Dude, they took all the chances in this movie. It was
Yeah, but I think again there was a kind of a I am certain that Favreau and RDJ and then Marvel in general, they kind of sat down and they thought through what is the character you're dealing with. What is he like and all that, and then everything is kind of geared towards that. I was asked a couple of days ago on a stream about how I rank movies, and it was like, well, it's story first, right? Story is the most important thing, and then how do you achieve greatness? every single part of the production process, from the sound, from the the lighting, the costumes, the set, the actors, the casting itself, and then the acting and all that. Everything is geared towards delivering that story the best way you possibly can, right? And that everything is harmonious with the story. It reinforces beats, even if it's not heavy-handed, right? The lighting in a certain way just kind of reinforces that emotional moment and all that. That's how, and this is a movie that does that, right? And Mo bringing up the, that kind of rock, soundtrack that's going on. That's absolutely correct for this character,
Yep,
right? You're not going to have.
I couldn't imagine it without it.
Let's do the piano, soft, emotional. Get the hell out of here, right? That's not going to fit with this guy.
Nope.
This is who he is.
Yeah, and I love the fact that again AC/DC fits so well, and they obviously continue with that trend going into Iron Man 2. But yeah, just the original score for this film is very well done, and again, I think does maybe get slept on or maybe not included enough for what it is. To your point, Mo, but so for the sake of, again, I know like Mo, Cole, you're new here. So what we do, again, like we talk about the affirmation, inspiration, and aspiration for each character. We kind of change things so it's more of a number-based scaling now, because we used to do it by like red, green, yellow. But as we, especially this year alone, with the type of characters, and I think Obadiah Stane could be one of those characters too, where you're like, where does this exactly fit between certain colors? So I think we figured numbers would be a better choice to kind of go with. But that being said, let's talk about our boy, Mr. Tony Stank, aka Iron Man. So yeah, I do think he's again, over the course of his, and we apply these ratings based on his overall arc, right? Through the entire movie. So he, to me, he does fit this archetype where he is this redeemed inventor, and I think Tony does represent this type of masculinity that begins in brilliance and in ego, but over the course of time, he gets humbled and he matures through suffering, sacrifice, and he has this moral awakening because of Yinsen, specifically. And I do think that his growth matters a lot, because he learns that, that power without responsibility is empty, and that to become a man, it requires directing this sort of power and strength towards protection rather than like self-indulgence. And that's kind of what he says at one point. He goes, I feel like in my heart that this is right. I've got to do this. There is nothing else but this. He's I'd say in some ways a little triggered once he hears about Golmira being attacked, from Leslie Bibb's character, Christine, right? So like he has no idea about this, but he goes, I'm not my company, right? So he has this awakening where he wants to do what's right. He does want to protect people, and so he does take up that role, and he wants to protect, Pepper, which is kind of the only family that he has, maybe in Happy too, but so yeah, I do think he has a lot of great traits, again, as he develops over time, but him being a bit of a rock and roll star too, like I think isn't a bad thing per se, because it does kind of give him this confidence. But it's like, don't overindulge in confidence. Don't get too cocky, because it could, have the adverse effect where it kind of puts you in a situation where you don't know how to get out of this. But, again, he's very, very deliberate he goes, when he's in the cave, he goes, according to my math, which is always correct. Like, he's not even trying to be egotistical there. He's just like, nope, I know for a fact that my math is correct. I know this is exactly what we need. I know exactly what we need to do to get out of here by building this suit, right? So I think when we're talking about his affirmation, over the course of time, because maybe of his brilliance in the courage that he developed, and he has this capacity to change, right? Again, him being away for 3 months of a time, away from that lifestyle that he's lived the majority of his life, and kind of being, put into this role because of what his father built for him. We know that his father, worked hard and did a lot of things for Tony in the later movies, but for the sake of this film here, we don't know too much about Howard Stark. It's just a matter of His father passed away, both this great company, Stark Industries, and now Tony's the poster child to take over. But because he's in this cave for 3 months at a time, nearly dying and had his life saved from Yinsen, it does allow him to, once he escapes, have that opportunity to grow because of what he now realizes. This is the life worth living, right? Like as he says, his line, the line that Yinsen says to him is, "Don't waste your life. Make it worthwhile. Like live for something, right? Like again, like aspire to become better than the person you were when you were brought into this cave." And again, like I think he does over the course of time have a pretty high affirmation, and I'd say even for the sake of his inspiration, this sort of transformation that he goes through from being a bit reckless, this reckless heir to the throne of Stark Industries, to being responsible is inspiring, right? Like people want to be Iron Man. The moment he says at the end of the movie, truth is, I am Iron Man. Everyone just in a thunderous, roar, asking questions, except for Christine, who just has her legs crossed and still there because thinking, I got the
for
bang
the,
Iron
for the
Man.
first time in the movie, by the way.
Yeah. A few times their legs are closed.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. She's like, I'll open them later because I know maybe I'll get another chance at him. But I'll say lastly, for his aspiration, again, I do think by the end he does become a strong masculine model for with his aspiration, and I think he does obviously still have still retains that pride that he has always had. And maybe a little instability too, but again, I would still give him a pretty high score on aspiration. I have my scores written down, but I'd be curious to see what you all think for these here. So
go get him blue.
Also, I love it.
Hello.
I love it.
Love it.
Yeah, affirmation. Yeah, I mean Tony he's a flawed character. That's what we love him for, because he is flawed. We are very tired of perfect characters. I'm inspired by Tony because he's an alcoholic, but he still works for a living, which this is awesome. Oh,
and he drives the Humvee, which I believe is what you call your Uber.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I never drunk. But yeah, and his dad, he's always trying to live up to the legacy of his father, because Tony, like, he has a genius in his own right. He's a great man, but his dad did cast a shadow. At one point, he even says that my father, I wasn't there when he died, which is later on. The only thing I liked about Endgames, I don't like that movie at all, except for that one scene. Yes, Tony, I mean, his affirmation, it's such a great character. I'll wait for everybody else, but like, I don't know, Nick, affirmation, probably like a good 9 for me.
Yeah, I mean, I had an 8. I had an 8 for his affirmation, but yeah, I mean, again, like I think it's relatively, in that ballpark range. So,
what do you think, Nia?
Oh, sorry. No,
I think by the end of the movie, he affirms a healthier model of masculinity. Like he carries the traits of responsibility, courage, and accountability. I'd probably give him an 8 out of 10. Because he's not perfect by the end of this movie. He's still a little bit egotistical, rightfully so, because he is like one of the most intelligent men in the world, both in the movie and in the MCU as well. But 8 out of 10.
It's the old adage, it ain't bragging if you can actually do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Get him Cole.
Yeah, I would do 9 out of 10. But the one thing I found I liked about Tony Stark is he seems to be just he acts like an actual man for, like, he's making his own creations. He's actually doing these things. He's not going out there getting other people to make things for him. He's actually in there with the mechanics, being an engineer and making the things himself. So this is the one thing I like about him. He's actually like manning up in, it's like the old saying, if you can't do it, do it yourself. Right. So that's the one thing I always liked about Tony Stark, where he's actually creating his suit. He's actually creating these things himself.
Yeah. And he don't need no one else to do it for him. Because no one else in his mind can do a better job. Right?
Exactly.
No one else can get this done to, I mean, it's Yinsen saved his life, but now he's like, okay, I see what you did. Now I know how to make it better. So, Mo, what do you think?
Well, I got to base everything off of like the original Rocky as far as my scale. Like we're not going to talk about all three where it's like got it, you know?
Yeah.
I would have to say the affirmation would be an 8. The inspiration would be a 9, mainly because of Yinsen, because he took it to heart. But you can have great mentors in your life and you don't even know it. You could just be you could be self-serving and self-important, and you'll miss all the great advice in your life. But he took it to heart, literally, almost literally, with his arc reactor. But it was, I would say, inspiration 9. Aspiration is a 10. The dude like literally went from, he made, instead of making a nuclear kaboom, he made a freaking suit under the watch of the totally
sane and rational Ten Rings.
Totally Middle Eastern, totally Terry freaking villains, which I miss that. They would never do that nowadays because everybody's afraid of everything. But they made them like 100% like they would be in the Middle East. So the fact that he fought back against them and kept fighting, I'll give it an 8, 9, and a 10. His aspiration, he went so hard, and I'm trying not to think of the other movies that he was in, like 2, 3, Civil War, Infinity War.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about this, the dude went from like I built it, I somehow got a mech suit off underneath a bunch of Terrys to I have like a fully functional Iron Man suit that can cleave a freaking F-18 in half, So I'm just saying, 8, 9, 10. Like it's very seldom is it done better and sold better for a man that's in an iron suit that can fly around the world, So I have to say 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, the many choices we have of that genre. I think yeah, you're correct. This one is definitely the peak. Yeah.
There's been some perfection done in this area, but not much.
I just want to add something to what Mo said, is that they often have this problem with comic books or video games. It's like, how do we adapt things? How do we modernize things? So for comic book fans, Tony Stark went into a cave, built this stuff in Vietnam. So they modernized it by making a different, still same situation, different wars. This is how you can adapt IPs, but don't destroy the characters. So instead of Vietnam, we'll make it in Iraq. It still keeps the exact same premise, just different times. So there is ways to adjust certain themes when you actually give a shit.
Yeah, and this happens with language. When you go between English and Spanish and Portuguese and French and all that stuff, it has the same meaning. You can say it's all Greek to me in English. Well, in Spanish, it's all Chinese to me. Like, so when you go 20 years in the future or 30 years in the future, yeah, Vietnam is like whatever. We're like kind of hanging out now, but those guys hanging out in the Middle East, we're not really cool with them. So it has the same feeling and the same purpose to the plot. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree with you completely, and it's more respect to the lore than it is disrespect, because that's literally changing with the times. Because when you have an enemy like that, it matters who you portray as the enemy. If you're going to do a bunch of pale guys with freaking tiki torches, get out of here with that bullshit. You know what I mean? But but like we went from Vietnam to a bunch of goat lovers.
Lovers, yes, lovers is the word. Yeah,
yeah.
Appreciate them. They appreciate them. They're
that was close.
Yeah,
that was all. I almost turned it into the stream into a crater. I'm sorry.
Leave that to me, please. Yeah,
sorry.
Jeff, what do you think for his numbers? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say I pretty much agree with Mo. 8, 9, 10, absolutely. As for inspiration, especially, I mean, it inspired me personally. Even just watching it last night and before the stream, I wanted to go in the garage and work on my snowmobile and 4-wheeler and stuff, stuff like that. And it makes you want to actually, as I should, yes,
yep,
or someone should, whatever. But the way Tony Stark takes his obsessive like ADHD compulsion, whatever, and just turns it into something for good instead of what he was doing before. Yeah, I think that's something that anyone could even aspire for, that is the same way, which we know there's a lot of people in this world that are like Tony Stark at the beginning of the film.
Yeah.
And just for some, I think it's a good movie, a good storyline, good arc that makes someone want to just do better themselves. And I think that's also important. Something that's missing to movies nowadays is it's just an inspiration. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
So yeah,
totally agree.
Well said.
Goodwin, what say you?
I think affirmation. I'm probably going to go with 7 because I mean Tony. So he's much like the newly minted Christian who's very much. Well, I'm going to do all these things, but he still has a lot of the faults that he still carries. He hasn't kind of worked through them, so his impulsiveness is still there, right? Which is why it's like, okay, here's the cover. We can do this. We can throw it. No, I'm Iron Man because he just has to. And there's still the ego burning from him and all that stuff, right? But again, from where he starts, which is maybe a 4. It's a good trick. Now the inspiration, the aspiration is where he kind of lights things up. I mean, inspiration, again, it's a thing that you can do, right? It's within you to do. You kind of know it, but it's then doing the thing. And yeah, I mean, it's his time in the cave and more importantly, with someone who's showing him the results of his life's work and not so much, oh, you're making evil weapons, but you're not taking responsibility for like how you're shipping it out. You're not worried about where they're going, who they're being used against, things like that, right? And he's actually a victim of some of Stark's weapons. I mean, he's seen what's happened, right? He talks about that these the Walking Dead, that once these are in you, they don't, and you designed them.
Yep.
You designed them to do these things.
Yeah.
And then I think inspiration. You may probably have to give him a 9 on that because he's really, it's just, okay, here's the thing. I'm going to do what's within my power to be able to try and address these things. And then aspiration, I mean, he comes back and wants to be a better man.
Yep.
And aspires to that, even though he doesn't, because the thing about aspiration is you don't know if you can do it or not, but you're willing to try anyway.
Yeah.
Right. It's here's the goal. And even if I fall short, I'm going to do everything I can to try and reach it. And in doing so, it will improve me. It's as with many of the times we talk about character arcs and all that, it's not, I'm less interested in where you ended up than where you started and how far you went, but also that, the trying to be better, that journey itself is what actually improves you. Not that, oh, look, I got to the goal. It's the adversity you went through and looking at yourself and improving yourself. That's the most important part. And so much of what we see nowadays with younger generations is they just want to skip to the goal, right? Oh, I got the degree, not I went through all of the adversity to get it, which is actually what improves you. I just want the credential at the end, or I just want to be famous. But I don't want to actually provide value or earn it in any way. I just want to jump to that, so I'll just do whatever to get to it. You don't change yourself. You don't become better, right? The only way that humans become better is through adversity, and Tony really does go through it, but then also has to deal with the adversity of confronting who he was and the choices he made and how he kind of made part of this world that he's now like, hold up, I'm not so happy with this, right? It's like, well, that's on you. And he's taking responsibility for it. And he'll do it imperfectly because that's what we all do, but he aspires to be much better than he ever was. And it aspires to be things that he didn't even really think of.
Yeah.
Prior to that. And so I kind of have to give him a 10 on aspiration.
Yeah. I mean, I had just, when Mo was saying earlier, like I had literally had 8, 9, 10 on my ratings for him because, it is that clear, the journey that he goes on throughout this entire film. And yeah, I agree with what you said, Jeff. Like, and you're watching this movie a couple times within the last week alone, It's like, yeah, I just want to start working on something with my like my drums or something like that. Like, you know, I wish I had a garage that could work on a car again, but you know, there is just something inspiring to just create something, you know, to make it your own and to just be better, right? To know that there's a potential and that you just have to at least try for it, right? And even if you fall short and even if you achieve part of it, and at least you know that you give it your best effort, and then others might also see that, and then again take that inspiration from it. So,
learn from failing.
Exactly. I'm like, if you fail, if Tony Stark had failed at building the arc reactor, then you know who knows if he would actually live beyond that point. But I think again he probably would have given it another go. Just in the event that it would give him that opportunity to get to that next level, the next stage. You know, I know they often say like failure is the best experience, but you know,
failure is your best teacher.
Oh,
yeah, the best teacher.
Absolutely the best teacher, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, she delivers some harsh damn lessons and she grades on a tough scale, but boy, will you learn those lessons. And it's like, you know, again, I've got a lot of scars because I picked wars against reality on a few occasions, and those scars are reminders that reality will insist upon itself, regardless of whatever delusions you're in. And boy, do I remember those lessons.
Yeah, icky shoulders still.
I really agree with Goodwin. As far as adversity, there are those who thrive off of it and those who crumble. And Tony is a great example of someone who thrives off of adversity. When times are good, he just kind of sits back. But when everything is pushed to the pedal, you see his mind working. You see him building and improving off of things, and also realizing, as far as his moral awakening, of what he's been doing, because he's an egotistical. With great minds, they love building and inventing things, but they don't think about the later aspect of what happens with them.
Right.
They're just boasting about, you know, look what I've done. And he's had to go through this situation of, oh, you know, I am making things that are not bettering. They are actually harming. So he has this moral compass change to, you know, I want to be better. I want to be responsible and have that, gosh, I'm losing my train of thought, but just to be on the right side of things.
Yeah, a moral awakening for him, and Yinsen kind of provides that for him, right? You know, that's the, you know, the idea. Oh no, this was the plan. No, this was always the plan, right? That he said, you know, oh yeah, I'll when this is over, I'll be with my wife and kids.
Dude, you know, that line hits so much harder this time. I don't know what it was. Like I didn't realize it like the many times before. And again, maybe to Mo's point, like watch this again when you're a bit older, because I think when this come out?
2008. Oh wait, I remember. Yeah.
I was in my early 20s, right? So, you know, didn't really think much of it at the time. I was living life like a rock star, and, you know, playing shows and touring and, you know, hooking up with girls and then drinking as well. So it was just like,
Jesus, man.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Like I want to be like Tony Stark, and then just realize like, oh shit. Like nowadays I'm like, nah, life has changed. And there are a lot of other things that are more important in my life and have, you know, been shifted to understand, like align with what Yinsen says. And I've got those clips, and it's just like,
You'd almost see him as a guardian angel, you know, the doctor that's there helping him along. It's like kind of helping him right the wrongs, and in the end, he shows him what sacrifice really is.
Well, I think Yinsen is he's at the end of his life, right? You know and it has accepted it, but he sees an opportunity to take someone who he really should have some hatred towards because of you know the damage that he's seen from Stark's weapons, but instead, you know, he as an apex Chad should, right? This is an opportunity to try and help someone get on the path of redemption, right? To improve themselves, even though you're going to die. And you're actually kind of looking forward to it now, right? Like, okay, the fact is that I want to be with my wife and kids. My life for me is over.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand the situation I'm in very, very well.
Mm-hmm.
But even in that moment, I can to use Christian term, I can witness.
Right.
And not only that, but as a man, look, here's someone who has everything going for him. I mean, he's met him. He met Tony Stark, in the past, and which clearly means Yinsen is not just some schmuck. I mean, he's a smart cookie all on his own. But he's not Tony Stark.
You could see that he had some sort of inspiration and aspiration.
He admired him a bit. Yeah.
He obviously admired him because he's like, you were so drunk. Like you could barely.
Yeah, he was like, I wouldn't even be able to walk if I drank as much as you. But
he said, let alone make a speech on whatever he said.
Dissertation.
I integrated circuits. I think.
Or drive a car.
But again, but he's here and he's like, I mean, when he asked what do you have a wife and family? He's like, yes, wife and 2 daughters or whatever. And he's like, what about you? Nothing. And that
man who has
all on its own. I mean, that hits, right? Because you're looking at a man who yes, he's lost his wife, but they are still with him, right? They are still part of him. Tony is empty, because of his choices, right? He doesn't have any strong relationships with anybody, and the closest he's going to have is Pepper Potts, and even then, it's who will mourn you if you're dead, and I'm like, I don't know. Pepper. The joke was Pepper. Well, I don't like to look for to do job search.
Almost like a lone wolf. He wants to be that, but as he's going this situation, he realizes there's power in numbers. There's family.
But there's meaning.
There's meaning.
What's funny is that Tony Stark's arc is that of a white woman.
Shut up.
Is basically like, look, like you don't need to have babies, you don't need to have a family, just get a job and you'll be happy. And he's like, no, this all sucks.
It's a feminist white woman who suddenly goes, wait a minute.
So basically, Iron Man is a feminist white woman.
Yeah.
Thanks, love it.
That becomes a trad wife, and we're all down with it. Let's go.
What's up, voice protagonist?
Doolies.
You doolies.
Also, too, Nick, I mean, every time Tony's training, instead of training, he's building inside the cave, and also later on, he's perfecting his suits. How many people they hate certain modern superheroes because your power is just given to you? Like earlier, we mentioned Rocky. We like Rocky because Rocky's got plot armor, but at least Rocky trains. Tony's not training like Captain America or Thor, but Tony is earning his powers. His power isn't something, he can't like lift a building, but Tony's power is his mind. But he's constantly, and not just this film, throughout the MCU, constantly improving and changing, but he's earning that Iron Man suit. Remember, the first Iron suit versus the final Iron Man suit, something that Tony created. So you do feel like he actually put the work and time in. He's not just giving these suits. No, he's got to build this shit, and that's perfecting his craft.
I mean, like you could say, like he was still training and exercising his brain, right? Like like he's building something better. Again, here's the Mark 1, right? Trash. Like that was a skeleton. Now we're gonna make the Mark 2.
I mean, you prototype. That's what you do. Prototypes are made to be disposed.
Exactly. And I mean, I bookmarked 2 of Wayfarer's quotes because I do think they're some of the best dialogue in the film, but also again speaks to his arc in his growth, right? And I do have a clip for one of it, but it's when Pepper is about to quit because she's acting, kind of womanish there, a little emo. Sorry, I love it, but but he says, "You stood by my side all these years while I reaped the benefits of destruction.
Yep.
And now that I'm trying to protect the people I put in harm's way, you're gonna walk out on me." Like that was a moment where, like, hold on, woman, I'm gonna check you real quick because
I actually think that's wrong. So that's Tony viewing things a certain way. Pepper is trying to protect him, but she's also like, dude, you are, is that bullet holes? I mean, you're getting
what's the follow up? But yeah,
again, that's the thing is that Tony now, because again, he's used to being a loner. He's like, oh, now I'm a loner again. And Pepper's like, slow your roll, bitch. Let me just correct your attitude, right? But that's kind of the give and take, and it's his progress, and realizing that he does have people that care about him.
Sure.
He didn't necessarily. I mean, he took it for granted. He didn't really like clock it away. But that's kind of a boyish outburst of, you're not supporting me. And I was like, no, bro, I am. You're not hearing what I'm saying, right? That I have a different view on this. I'm worried about you. You still think you're indestructible.
True.
You're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think because of the suit not being in complete, obviously bulletproof, even though it does take a tank shell.
No, he dodges that one. I mean, it takes it like a artillery, like aircraft.
It grazes him, but
actually
it grazes him. No, but I do think yes, it was outburstish of him, but I think because of his follow up, that really again like brings Pepper back by saying I shouldn't be alive unless it was for a reason, right? Like now you're talking about potentially, a higher power, whether it's the universe, again, like
he's morally right, which by the way, will throw Pepper off.
Great part. This is a great subtle part of his story arc. Is he would have been petulant at the beginning, where like I don't need to be at the award show. This one's like, no, I know that I need to do this. This is not me going off on a whim. This is not me being a spoiled brat. This is me knowing what I need to do right now. It's like everything's about context. Anything you do is looked at in context. If you do something
and history
off the cuff, if you do something off the cuff and you're just a spoiled brat, then it looks like you're just trying to do something hedonistic, self-serving.
Sure.
But at this point, he went through all this. He understands what he needs to do. He's experienced loss. He barely escaped with his own life by the skin of his teeth, and now he's basically saying like, "Hey, I need to do this. I need to not validate my existence, but I need to save the people I love. I need a
purpose.
Right
I have a purpose.
Yeah, I need a purpose.
Yep.
And now I know what it is.
Yep.
So, in all she's ever seen is this hedonistic, wanting like I'm just going to do whatever I want. I'm going to hook up with reporters, which nobody's going to blame her for hooking up that reporter.
She looks like Megyn Kelly. Stop it.
Yeah.
No,
I'm just saying.
don't do that.
Well, I mean, without the Afghan haircut and the nose from a New York boxer from 1930s, but yeah. So, but it's just like it's such a good like if you don't understand like how people work and how you should judge them based on where they're at in their life, it's one of those things in a movie where they basically don't treat the audience stupid. They judge. They're like they don't spell it out.
Make your characters human. Make the people around them human, and give them the psychology that Pepper wasn't there with him to see everything he saw, to see Yinsen's sacrifice and how that affected him and all that. Mm-hmm. She understands he's changed a bit, and to as both Rhodey and Obadiah kind of like this is PTSD or this is something else, right? This is a phase you're going through, and he's. Yeah, she responds correctly with like, hold up, I don't want you just running around showing the red ass and all that. And he goes, no, you misunderstand. This is a thing that is much more. I have had a conversion.
This is beyond me now.
Yeah,
it was all
and
about
the way he sells it is like, look, I understand what I've done in the past. This is not that person. This is somebody else.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I'm going to make some candles that smell real bad. But
Would you like a candle that smells like my vagina?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Pepper was willing to tank his company over what he thought was morally right after what he saw what the government actually does with arms.
Yeah. It's funny too because Pepper inadvertently saves his life later on too after his Obadiah Stane. Remember, it's if Tony had a heart and
his life was saved multiple times in this movie, right?
In spite of himself.
Yeah.
Because again, that kind of goes back to the impulsive. He's still. You don't just magically transform into another person overnight, right? You can have I've had a a revelation or a conversion or whatever, but it still takes a long time for you to stop being the person you were and be the new person you wish to be. And sometimes you don't make it there, but those habits, the impulsiveness, I'm I'm an armor-plated motherfucker. I mean, I'm the Gunsling that have a ruin. Let's go. I mean, that's going to take a while. You're going to have to take some lumps to learn that lesson.
Oh, for sure.
You know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's one thing to also, Nick, I know we were talking about the singular film. Like Tony, it's hard for me to judge Tony as a character of one film because later on we see at the end of this film, his arc isn't complete because he makes a lot of mistakes in Civil War, which is also why I like him. But I was totally with Cap in that film. But just Tony, by Endgame, he's a completely different man. End of this film, he's still evolving. He's not done yet.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. I mean, and again, I think this is just again looking at his arc for Iron Man here and not 2, 3.
That's what
first Avengers.
It's hard for me.
or-
Yeah, because
Right, but the thing is,
Every great, well-rounded story, there's going to be many ups and downs, and that's
Okay.
really what
Yeah.
pulls us in with Tony.
Yeah,
This is why he gets a 9. Well, he gets an 8 out of 10 instead of a 9 out of 10. This, I don't usually cuss. This motherfucker right here is in a cave forever, and he's like, I need a cheeseburger. Happy gets him a
Give me
Burger
In-N-Out.
King cheeseburger.
Yeah, I know.
In-N-Out.
Dude, like, why don't you just give him throw some beef jerky over your shoulder? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, get him some good crap, dude. This guy
He's probably got cheese whiz on it, for God's sakes. What are we doing
I
here?
know.
It's like, come on
Of
now.
all the burgers you get back,
like he
after
should have been
the
like, look,
cave-
dude, I just escaped like a Terry, like a campman and stuff, and he's like, here's some fake flame broiled cancer patties.
Yeah.
Like if he had a 10 out of 10, he's like, get this shit out of my face. Give me an In-N-Out or give me a Whataburger.
Exactly.
Give me like a local place.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, blessedly, he was able to hit it before they started serving Beyond Meat. So, you know, you got that.
I took it more like
the
with
Wookiees
Burger-
weren't there yet.
The budget was 140 million. They needed some product placement for Burger King.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing Audi definitely spent some money on that as well, because that R8 is.
How cool was that car? It's still cool. man.
I mean, there's a Cobra sitting right there. What are you driving that R8 for? Stop it.
Yeah, he's got some pretty badass cars in that garage there. You know, but I mean, yeah, that paid advertising and him racing and losing Happy in the Royce is just hilarious.
No, I know because Transformers. When Transformers,
I wanna-
when Mark Wahlberg broke open a Bud Light and drank it,
Yeah, I do want to say one thing about just like the overall movie and writing and character and all that. This could be a standalone movie. The end.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Right.
This could have been a one and done. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
okay.
really
We've done
cool.
Iron Man. The end. Move on. Right.
Yeah, this was a kickoff. This is what helped them launch Avengers, and just like you
Right,
said,
but it
Goodwin
wasn't written
standalone.
like, oh, you definitely
There's
have
gonna
to
be
see
more.
Iron Man 2 or anything like that, right? It's like, no, this is a self-contained story. The end.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right. That's how
And I
you
like
need
how
to
they
write
did
this
that.
stuff.
Yeah.
I think yeah, please.
I thought the BK burger was a joke. RDJ says eating a Whopper while high was what caused him to want to sober up. He said it was the worst burger.
I bet.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
you, sir.
I don't
Even the
blame him.
drugs don't fix this burger.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, on the burger, like having a good burger or not, I spent a week and a half in Egypt. When I came back, I got McDonald's. It's probably the best McDonald's I've ever had in my life.
Oh,
I never
yeah.
had McDonald's. So
Yeah, no,
there
Eddie
might be something to
Eddie
it.
Murphy had a
Yeah, it's the
had a bit about
saltine
that.
cracker. Well, this
Yeah,
ain't no regular
this is
saltine.
very-
This must be a Ritz cracker.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's Ritz? Like
I'm
Ritz cracker
looking
on the
up.
head. And
Hey,
if
this is a
you-
plain
yeah,
old
he's like-
cracker.
he's like, wait, yeah.
You know what's funny though too is when Obadiah is like kind of shocked to see him, and he plays it off. It's like, oh my God, Tony, you're here. And it's like, oh, did you bring one for me? He goes, no, sorry, this is my last one. He eats it, and then you notice he's sitting down. And
He has
pulls
one in the
out of his
pocket.
jacket
Yep,
pocket. He was like, no, I'm not sharing with this guy. I don't give a shit. We got a $5 from Mr. Dax. in our-
Look at that.
Hi,
Nick was able to
Daxie.
build these in the gym. Hold on, let me reiterate. Nick was able to build these in the gym.
You want me to
With
do
a
it?
box of
You want me to-
bars.
You want me to do the
That's
Obadiah?
the
on this?
flex.
Yeah.
Nick was able to build these in a gym with a box of bars.
Does Jeff Bridges have a cleft palate? I always felt like he was like kind of talking weird.
Really?
Oh, so that was a thing that it caught me. I've always kind of noticed. I was like, this is a bit of an odd accent, but whatever. I actually watched him in the movie. So he's doing two things. One, he's jutting his lower jaw ahead of his, so he has like an underbite, and he's also curling his tongue Watch when he
Yeah.
talks, and his tongue is always a bit curled, and it's like he's keeping it in the roof of his mouth or something to
he's
get
like,
that accent.
Smacks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you
Now-
can hear his
now
tongue,
J-
like smacking.
I'm glad Jay is such a tongue expert. So,
Oh,
Yeah.
I know the tongue, ladies.
Yeah.
Why are you gay?
He's a tongue and over.
Look at that guy's talking in their tongues.
That's right.
yeah, I mean, Goodwin knows me. Prison taught me many things.
This is this one's for you, Daxie.
Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not Tony Stark.
Yeah.
Kinda,
I'm just Ralphie from Christmas Story. Come on, leave me alone.
The difference between great minds, there are the practical and the applicable, and Tony has this innate sense and this intelligence that no one else, even the great minds, because they do it in fundamentals, whereas he's actually in practice. And
Or the theoretical versus the practical.
Yes, and I've actually seen this with some people in my life that they live and breathe these thoughts. And some of them just write it on a whiteboard, and they're trying to solve an equation, whereas the other person is using their hands to figure it out. And that's the difference you see.
Yeah,
there.
the best are those that can move between those two worlds.
Yeah.
Right. That you can deal with like the architecture or the theoretical, and then seamlessly move into, and now here's the implementation.
Like there's some, my dad's like that. He will literally dream of a solution to a problem he had been thinking about, wake up and then just diagram it and then get to work to it. So it's an aspiration and inspiration to me. Like, I wish I could be as smart as him, but alas.
Wailing for $1.99. Goodwin, explain Tony's arcs in Nietzschean terms.
Tony gazed into the abyss and said, "I'd hit that."
Speaking of which, this one's for you.
You've been called the Da Vinci of our time. What do you say to that?
Absolutely ridiculous. I don't paint.
And what do you say to your other nickname, the Merchant of Death?
That's not bad.
Sounds like a good one.
You rehearse that in front of your mirror every time before bed.
That's right.
Now that they get you,
make time for you.
Oh, Miss Brown.
Check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
Berkeley?
the after what he's meeting Rhodey. When they're like, "You're 3 hours late." I had to do a piece for Vanity Fair.
Yeah. 3 hours, Tony.
He tells
if
Rhodey,
only Rhodey knew.
He tells Rhodey, he's like, "All right, we're waiting on you now."
Yeah, no. Yeah, waiting on you now, Rhodey. Come on.
Yep.
You guys know one of the best scenes in the film was with Pepper too. Like, oh, he's still doing stuff for Tony. Yes, and I occasionally take out the trash.
Take out the trash.
Yeah, I got that clip. Too.
Oh, it is a cat. It is a cat fight the whole time.
Here we go.
You must be the famous Pepper Potts.
Indeed, I am.
After all these years, Tony still has you picking up the dry cleaning.
I do anything and everything that Mr. Stark requires, including occasionally taking out the trash. Will that be all?
Boom.
Oh, I love catty bitches.
You blasted.
Okay, so I keep seeing it in the chat. Sam Rockwell is married to her.
To Leslie Bibb.
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, because
Okay,
she was
look,
in
Sam
Iron Man
Rockwell is a
2.
good actor. He is not a good-looking man, all right?
Yeah, I mean, he's played some roles where he definitely looks kind of gangly, like in The Green Mile.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's great in that.
When he
Like,
plays
what does he
the,
look good in? He was like the red shirt in Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
He was in the way back as the guy that worked at the theme park for his entire life.
Yeah.
He was in
he's not beautiful in Moon.
Yeah, he's a short guy with 2 caterpillars taped on his forehead.
He's expressive.
I should know. I'm working with the same setup.
Yeah. So the one thing I would point out is that he is funny, and if you've seen Mel Brooks, who's not an attractive man, and his wife Anne Bancroft, who is a stunning woman, you realize being funny, if you're really good at it, gets you laid.
So I've been told.
That's why I make my wife laugh. If her eyes are closed because she's laughing, she can't see how ugly I am.
Oh, that's so sweet.
My 21st anniversary is coming up. That is truer than I would ever care to admit.
Yeah, I had my 34th. I trust me, I have to work on material all the time.
We gotta keep them laughing. We got
yes.
Yeah.
You do not want to see what I look like now. So, honey, no. Look at
I don't
the
want to
wedding
anyways.
pictures.
But, we're talking about your wife. My bad.
Yeah.
That's what I was asking, Jay. I keep trying. They only laugh when I take my pants off. Like, what am I doing wrong?
Well, look again. If they're laughing, that's fine. They go close their eyes. They don't realize what's coming.
Hey, they're there. They're there to laugh at it. So
yeah.
There's points.
Yeah, we'll switch over to another masculine character, Ho Yinsen.
Yinsen.
And we'll
my man.
Wait for
we'll
Gord.
talk about again just what he's able to do in a cave. But
My name is Yinsen.
Yinsen. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
officially, now that they're in a cave and have more intimate time for the next 3 months, you got time to
look. What happens in the cave stays in the cave. Stop.
Right, exactly.
That's how that rules.
Yep.
Take that any way you want.
I believe that was the line that was used in that cave.
I knew Gord would do it. Like, you can't stop.
But yeah, and we've already kind of mentioned a little bit about him, what he means to Tony. But I do think that he again represents another type of like this grounded masculinity that entails sacrifice. Again, his perspective is so important to Tony and in this film, and just like the moral seriousness that he has for Tony and in life. And I think again, that he's the catalyst to awaken Tony's consciousness and show that this type of strength that he has within him is valuable and most powerful when it is offered for another man's worth or another man's future. Like there's a future that Tony has and what he can do for others. And I know that Yinsen sees that because he's already seen what he can do prior to this point when he's being, the rock star and just being very reckless. But as they're in this cave, Yinsen is seeing another type of Tony here. And granted, yes, he did save his life. But I think the type of affirmation Yinsen has and also instills in Tony is this wisdom, this composure. I mean, for a man that could technically die at any point in time, whether the 10 Rings wanted to or not, he's awfully composed through all of this. Just do what I do. Put your hands up. Yep. Say it. I'll translate. Right. Even when he's got his head down to, was it the
where they're bringing the coal to
bring the coal over. Yeah. The blacksmith bar or whatever. He's like just keeping his composure. He's like, nope. Okay. Well, like he's almost ready to die at any moment. Like I think he's had
resigned.
That peace, right. But he does have this like sacrificial courage where he's like, we need more time. And he's ready to just like, bombard, hit the commands. Let me just take the AK or whatever it was and just start firing off rounds and just to try and delay them and give Tony more time to stick to the plan. And because of that, I gave him a 9 for affirmation. Inspirational wise, I gave him a 10 out of 10 because I think he's so selfless in the time that he's in this movie. And the type of clarity that he gives not only Tony, but this film, I think is the deepest type of moral focus that you can get. He doesn't have anything left to live for, in a matter of speaking. His family is already gone. His family's dead. Whether or not it was because of, Stark Industries or not, I don't think that's actually mentioned, but even if it is, the fact that he knows, as we just discussed earlier, he knows that he's treated these wounds before. I mean, the walking death, right? Like you're like, these people are going to die at some point in time because the shrapnel just eats away and goes to their heart and they die. Mm-hmm. The fact that he's in the cave and saved the man who's often referred to as the Merchant of Death, and you're helping him and you're devising a plan to escape together. I don't know what Yinsen would have done if he actually would have lived, but his death obviously means something more to Tony's character and Tony's aspiration later on in the film. And aspirational wise for Yinsen here, I just think it's very clear for what he has aspired to, even again, just being the last person alive with his family, trying to help Tony out as much as he possibly can, and really doing it. Like he was able to help Tony out. He's like, I need him. He's my great assistant. But just the type of feedback that he gives Tony, again, when he says like, who do you have, Tony? And I got nothing. He goes, a man who has everything and nothing. And I think that moment is briefly interrupted later when the Ten Rings interrupt them. But it definitely means something to Tony. You can kind of see it in
Well, you have the line with Tony where he's like, "Hey, I'm in the shithole, and all of a sudden I got a week to live," and it's like, "This is a very important week for you." Oh.
Right. Yep. Yeah. So I'd give Yinsen's aspiration a 9. So, but anyone wants to jump in?
Oh, we do one free, Nick, or we do one at a time? Because I felt bad. I want to do one.
Do one at a time. Go get him, Blue.
Affirmation. Yeah, no, I'm pouring a shout out for friggin'. So this new was Timo D-Wars here. No, because he has like to me the best, one of the best lines in the film, but also my favorite line from Saving Private Ryan. I love when Tom Hanks just says "earn it." My favorite line in the whole fucking movie because he says, "Tony, right there, Tony, don't waste it." That's it. I mean, it's like I love that scene. Like he doesn't have the most airtime. He doesn't need it. Every time this guy opens up his mouth, he saved Tony Stark's life, and he knows that at that point, Tony is he's going to do great things. Tony is going to be inspired to go on. Not to make the MCU, but like Yinsen's why the MCU happens for because he saves Tony Stark's life. So yeah, affirmation. Give him a 9. This with you, Nick.
Yeah. Yeah. What you think?
I only gave my affirmation score for Tony Stark. I think I'll give all of my scores at once if it's okay for Yinsen. He becomes the moral hinge of the entire story because he forces Tony to stop thinking only about himself and survival, which is very prudent in the situation they're in, but also to start thinking about purpose and the greater good. His masculinity is based in dignity, intelligence, and courage in the face of death. He provides guidance without domination, strength without ego, and sacrifice without pomposity. In many ways, I think he is the most affirming examples of masculine virtue in the whole film because he embodies protector and sacrifice in its purest form. In terms of masculinity, I'd give him a 10 out of 10. In terms of affirmation, another 10 out of 10 because he fully affirms noble masculine ideals. Inspiration, he's the film's spiritual backbone and one of the most inspirational characters in the entirety of the MCU. And as for aspiration, 10 out of 10. He's the most admirable man in this film. And I'd give him a 20 out of 10 if he hit the gym and his bicep fortitude was as great as his moral fortitude.
Nice. Good stuff, Dad.
Yeah.
Cole, what you think?
Yes, I would agree with Blue Collar and on that. So, because he's not in it a whole lot, but his even the little points that he gives makes him known basically throughout the whole movie. So that's how I always looked at his character arc.
Yeah. Mo, what you think?
Affirmation 10 because he knows his end is coming. Inspiration somehow 11 because he passed it on to Tony Stark and he literally saved the universe because of Yinsen's teachings.
Yep.
Aspiration, I give him a 2 because he's not the most unattractive guy ever. You can make another family, like chill.
Yeah.
I mean,
wow,
boy, that's so dark.
That was harsh.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Mo.
It's harsh.
Harsh but
I
true.
can make
You didn't
it
say
more
I was
than one way.
lying. You're just saying
I'm
it's
gonna
harsh.
go that up. I'm gonna go against you on
He
that.
can still
Mo.
father children. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go against you on that, Mo.
I mean, not if
loved
you
his
share this
family
picture
that
on
much, he
social
didn't-
media. It looks awful. But
Tony can find him a date.
Look, I think with the right Instagram filter, this man is getting some serious
yeah.
pieces. Yeah,
Miss March, Miss March is available this week.
all right. I get 4 out of 10 for aspiration.
I mean,
Listen, if he goes to a bar with Tony, he's getting a date.
Oh, for
yeah,
sure.
you got to play weak man. You got to pick up the ones that got dropped. Yeah, you're good.
I just want to. Is he selling bathwater?
His or someone else's?
I'm drunk enough to get either.
I don't want a Yinsen candle at all.
No, not after 3 months in that cave. No.
Oh,
The Yinsen.
yeah, the
Yinsen
Yinsen, the Yinsen chode candle.
Yeah,
No, thank
yeah,
you.
there we go.
All right, no, but honestly, I mean, he should have tried. No, I'm just kidding. No, like I think he's like a 9. Man, he's almost like a 10 across the board. Like he lost everything, but he still cared about the human race, and he saw somebody.
Yeah,
that could have would like.
And someone he should hate.
Was the worst example.
Yeah.
Of masculinity, which is I'm just gonna do it for myself. I'm gonna just nail these hoes and not Yinsen. But it just. Like when you give your life for a greater cause, it's hard to give it any. I mean, it should be a 10. All right, I'm going off camera because
it's at least 3 inches now. Let's go.
Okay, so affirmation, inspiration is like a 10 plus, if there's even possible. Aspiration would be like an 8. I know he needed to die.
I kind of wish he was gonna die. Come on,
I know, but I'm just like, if he had that much love and he was there for 3 months, and he was like, I'm not saying it was bad in the movie. His character was great. I'm just saying, like, aspiration. If you're like just willing to give your life to just meet your family on the other realm, I understand that totally.
Yeah.
But you can't have a 10 with that kind of mindset. So I would say 9, 10, 8. 9, 10, 8.
Damn right.
Let's go.
Yeah. Jeff, what do you think?
I'm going 10s across the board. I can't add a whole lot to everyone else. It's hard to disagree with everyone else's takes except for Mo. He loved his family so much he didn't want to find anyone else. But he
well, look at the upgrade. We'll be talking to his family about that. I'm sorry.
He knows he's going to see him eventually.
Time heals all wounds. It's okay.
Yeah.
Mo's going to have some explaining to do when he sees his first family when he dies.
Actually, this is my
Daddy. Why did you take so long?
Well, they're not dead. They're not dead.
I'd like you to meet your siblings.
They're in an undisclosed location. All right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They're not technically dead.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
They're only mostly dead.
Most.
They're halfway there.
Do they mostly come out at night?
Yeah, mostly.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I'm with Jeff. I mean, I think it sends across the board. I mean, I think the affirmation is pretty clear, but inspiration, aspiration. I mean, again, he's in a situation where he's literally dealing with someone whose creations have killed people that he knows, and he's had to try and remove these things before. But he knows he's going to die. I mean, that's the kind of the thing where he's like, and if you do all this, then we'll let you go. And Tony's like, he's not going to let me go. He's like, he's not going to let you go. No. But Ho also knows that he's not going to be let go. Right. So he's going to die. He's good with that. But even in those moments, he's trying to help someone towards redemption who's clearly flawed. And not in a, let me preach it, but just pointing out, you've got nothing, and, you have everything, but you have nothing. And really what's going on. And then, I'll only be alive for a week. But this is a very important week for you. But he's, from a story standpoint, he's the moral compass, and the mentor who has to die in kind of standard storytelling. But he becomes a beacon that Tony is kind of trying to live up to. That is, he is. When he comes up to him, he goes, "No, you're gonna get your wife and kids." It's like, my wife and kids are dead, and I'm going to them anyway, right? And you see how it impacts Tony
Yep.
that this man was willing to work with him and help him escape, knowing that he isn't,
Mhm.
right? Because there are not 2 Iron Man suits out there.
Just
and,
one.
and there's a whole lot of people with heavy weapons, and so only one of them is getting out. And Yinsen was fine with it to again save him, but also to put into him that there's a moral calling. There is a path to redemption. You need to take it because of the the poor decisions you've made. The childish behavior that you've engaged in. Now's you faced your crossroads. You faced your mortality. What are you going to do when you come out of that?
Yeah.
And he's not preachy about it. He's not heavy-handed about it. He's a living example, which is the best kind.
Yeah.
Right. You give guidance when you can, but you don't, preach or whatever. So it's like, this is how you do it. And if it doesn't, land with you now, I'll wait. Go ahead, come back. I'll still be the same person doing the same things, being the moral center that I am, and will happily welcome you back, hoping that it attaches to you at some point. Yeah, I mean he's the Chad of the movie. I mean by far. When he dies, it really is. I mean it doesn't just impact Tony. I mean you kind of look and go, man.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about it, it's like this dude was, he knew he was dead. And he was willing to do all this. And again, he welcomes the idea of I will be reunited with my family because I had people that meant something to me. Tony doesn't.
Yep.
Right. And that's what sets him on the path.
Yep.
He kind of
legacy.
has to be a 10 for 10 for the story to work.
So
I agree.
Sorry, Nick. So what Jay's saying, he doesn't talk down to Tony, doesn't yell at Tony's calm, cool, and collected, doesn't demean him. So he's like anti-Goodwin to me.
That's true. Yeah. I hate all of you. I hope y'all burn in hell.
Is Goodwin the Obadiah Stane?
Except love it. I love it.
It's curious though, like his family was gone. Was he? Did he get captured the same time as Tony did, or is he working for the Ten Rings for that long and you just didn't?
He was captured.
Stuck around that long though.
Yeah,
right,
he's
like,
captured.
He didn't have anything.
Well, you don't know how long he's been there,
That's
but
true.
it's clearly
Yeah.
like when he was captured, it was probably when his family was killed. Or
I mean, you think about it, he's been in this cave for however long, resigned to the fact that he's going to rot away and die here. And this beacon of hope comes, and would you know, it's Tony Stark, and he has to save this man and correct him on a path that will unify and also like bring about change, but it's bittersweet because he's not going to see it happen. So he has to give every bit of knowledge to Tony and encourage and wisdom. And then in part, he's like, I've done everything I could. This whole time in this cave, all I've been thinking about is my family. And I feel like I've done enough and, my time is up.
Yeah. And I had made a list of like the top scenes that I think are and evoke the most masculinity. And that is one of them, right? Like just because I think this entire time of them being in the cave, the moment after he says, "Oh, I'm from Gamera, I have a family," and blah blah blah. Tony's like, "Oh wow, this guy has something to live for, and I don't," which is puts things in perspective until the moment when he realizes my family is dead, and I'll be joining them shortly. It's like, wait. I thought your family was alive, my dude, and now they're not. So little bit of a lore change here, but it obviously affects Tony, and you can just see the moment of him like go like, all right, I'm going to change into my serious face now. And I actually literally have to go kick these guys' asses. And like, and like, he's like early days of avenging someone right here in the cave, which is a mentor. Like he hasn't had a proper mentor figure. I don't think Obadiah, as much as he might've said, "Oh, we're a team, we're partners." Obadiah has been it for his own interests. He's wanted the throne and never wanted Tony to come in and do this because he's helped, work for and help build Stark Industries. And so the moment Tony gets in there, obviously he's going to have more of the limelight than Obadiah is. It's like, yeah, if you remove Tony Stark, then all eyes on me. But he's never been a good mentor. And I think because of the absence of Howard Stark, Tony's father, who he never he never had the chance to say goodbye to. At least he had an opportunity to say goodbye to another mentor, another father-like figure. I'd like to think again, like in just some sort of headcanon, if Yinsen obviously would have made it out, I don't know if that would have allowed Tony to become the man that he is by the end of the movie, or even after this. And I know I saw Waylon's comment a little while ago that said for another 19 films he doesn't mention Yinsen at all. But hey, that's
a writing issue.
That's a writing problem.
But something interesting that Lovett brought up and you touched on, Nick, is the fact that Yinsen is such a parental figure and a father figure. Because not to say that Howard Stark was a bad father to Tony, but he wasn't there to sort of imbue him with the masculine traits that Yinsen does. And we mentioned earlier that Obadiah is a mentor figure, a type of mentor figure, but a corrupted father figure.
Right.
So Yinsen is such a crucial character, not just because he sends Tony on this massive arc and transformative route, but also because he reminds, I don't know, I feel as though he reminds him of the time that he missed with his father.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like what you're saying here is Obadiah is corrupted, and Yinsen really shows him a different perspective, because even the smartest people can be blinded, right?
Yeah.
And Obadiah is behind kind of like a strings puppet master. And Tony Stark doesn't see that until he comes across Yinsen. And it definitely changes his perspective.
Yeah, he still has belief in Obadiah, because again, he's not 100% suddenly he just comes out fully formed, or jumping out of the forehead of Zeus, right?
It takes the reveal behind Obadiah.
Right, because again, he's like, oh, these people are who I think they are, and they enable me, and so I'm just going to keep depending on that. And then he realizes, oh, maybe that's a mistake. Maybe I ought to start making my own decisions.
Yeah, and I'll play a couple of quicks. So we got $2 from Papa Pumpkin. Yinsen scores equals Max.
There we go. Yeah.
I want this. I want this, Tony. I want this.
I want this.
Yes,
I want
yes.
this.
Leave it.
And you get home maxing at TJ Maxx, by the way.
Oh no, well.
Oh god. All right, here's a couple of clips for our boy Yinsen.
That is an electromagnet hooked up to a car battery, and it's keeping the shrapnel from entering your heart.
And it's so crazy. It shows the insanity of intelligence. That you will go to some methods and means that no normal person would think of.
Yeah, but you just work the problem.
Battery.
Right. You just work the problem. Okay, well, I've got, these steel fragments that are working their way to it. All right, well, how do I deal with that? An electromagnet will work.
I've been dropping bangers. That's something that makes you laugh.
Welcome to YouTube and any other portion of your life where entertainment is involved.
First time, Waylon. First time,
Waylon. Shut up.
Yeah, we've been low key laughing.
To be fair, when Lovett said TJ Maxx, I was thinking that's what happens when you go to see the Donkey Bar in Tijuana. But TJ Maxx.
No, because Waylon said good ones as smooth as marble.
All right, I didn't know how old you were until you told that joke. Good one. Now I know.
Yeah, the TJ. Yeah,
well, for him, time doesn't exist like he does for us mortals.
It's true. Yeah.
He's always telling me these stories about Julius Caesar and
I hated that guy.
Alexander the Great.
Jesus. Never could comb his hair right.
How do you feel about Plato?
He was a bit overrated. I mean, Socrates really didn't like Plato that much, and Plato, I don't know, he's caves and all that. I was like, come on.
Yeah,
Plato,
Socrates
stop.
was the diva. Nobody says
Come on,
his name
get
right.
out.
He always
Get out
had
with
it.
the light.
Yeah, good old Socrates.
Plato.
I believe was Socrates.
Bill and Ted. Good one was there for the 15 Commandments.
Oh.
Yeah, it's true. I was. I told him, those last 5, I don't think that's going to work. And so,
Socrates inspired the scrot cam.
That's true. Yeah.
What about Galileo?
I mean, the guy was nearsighted. I don't know what he was drawing half the time. He's just talking shit.
We told him to use the GPS. He's like, nah. Son.
Yeah, no, he ain't having that. No.
Yeah. It's like, well, look where that got him.
Yeah.
The Earth is round, bitch.
Yeah. I mean, Copernicus was right. What are you going to do? Plato just copying his homework again.
You're right. There it is. Galileo and Figaro.
Were magnifico. Bellissimo. Papa Pumpkin.
Let him go.
Ishmael. I will not let them go.
I was waiting for some of that. Yeah, we'll move on here, but I'll play a couple other clips for our boy Yinsen.
And you start? So you're a man who has everything and nothing.
Ooh,
so
the look. All right, sir, you won.
Well, again, he doesn't say it like in an accusing manner. He doesn't.
Oh, right,
it's
yeah,
not
there's no
shaming. He's just like,
blame or
because
shame,
again, he's like, and you, Starks, no, I know, and so you're a man who have everything and nothing. And again, just say that. You're smart enough. You'll let that shit sink in and realize what's up.
Oh, it's like a compliment and an insult wrapped in one, right? So you're like, oh yeah, and then you're like, wait.
Well, yeah. And I mean, in again, the thing about Stark and especially early Stark before his transformation due to Yinsen, there are things that you kind of admire about him, but there's also things you hate about him, and the things that we hate in other people are the things within ourselves that we tend to be ashamed of. And so, the idea of, I'm going to work all these hours, but I could be spending time with my family. Am I really making the right trade? Am I, what's going on? And certainly among the YouTube community, I mean, we know people that anything for the success, even if it costs them family, right? And they'll be shocked and amazed that, oh my gosh, I lost my family somehow. It was like, bro, it was there the whole time. You knew you were making that trade. You just kind of lied to yourself that they'll always be there, and that's not the case.
I'll play another clip for the beginning part.
I'm from a small town called Gomira. It's actually a nice place.
Got a family?
Yes, and I will see them when I leave here.
Yes.
The death and disparity behind his eyes is like something. Now that you watch it again, it's just like it's haunting. And
It's no matter of fact, though. Again, he's at peace with it.
But once again, this is when they would tell
here.
stories where they would not like beat you over the head. Once you go back and look at it, it's when you watch it.
By the way, did I mention my wife and kids are dead? They're dead. Okay, all right, modern writers.
Not
stop.
living anymore.
Yeah.
What's also scary too is like he's so matter of fact because technically speaking, from his point of view, he's not lying.
He will. Yeah.
Yeah.
He understands fully well that he will never leave that cave alive.
Yeah.
From a certain point of view.
Yes. From a certain point of view.
Actually.
That's when you had.
If you want to see it my way.
You like him.
Also, Obi-Wan, while we're on the subject, why did you let me try to pork my sister? All right.
Yeah.
Like,
joke's on you. I'm into that shit.
Get off in it, I do.
Boring it has been on Dagobah.
Part his Padawan training,
Bring some life to the party, does
That's
it?
my bitch. Yeah.
That's actually what happened to Yinsen's family, coincidentally. It was shocking.
By the way, if we want to know what the 0 out of 10 across the board is, it's that. That is the absolute bottom. Oh no.
That's peak writing, baby. Here we go.
I was laughing so hard during Madam Web.
She was a hoe.
Yep.
For show.
Oh my god.
Faux show.
Faux show. All right.
We need Neon's clip for that.
Yes. He's a stain on your existence.
Let's talk about some stains.
Oh boy.
Nick did put the Obadiah Goodwin.
So what do they call that in your underwear when you streak it?
Skid marks.
It's a skid mark.
Yeah.
His-
Why wear boxers?
Obadiah skid marks.
There we go.
Sorry.
Yeah, obviously he's a corrupted mentor, as Nihat even said so. But yeah, he does represent this type of patriarch. And I think because of everything that's accumulated to this point in time, he's kind of just had enough of it. And he's ready to try and figure out a way to dispose of Tony. He hires the hit, right? He was the one who got the board to sanction him. Like, he's behind all of Tony's undoings back here, in the States, at home with his company, while he's out, learning what it means to be a man, and getting humbled and growing in a freaking cave in Afghanistan. It
was probably the titties.
Right? Yeah, it was definitely the titties that he had when he got back, probably too. But I think his character is a bit compelling because of him being older and this corrupted model of masculinity that Tony has to outgrow and defeat and conquer. Right? Even if it means Tony dying in the process, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's no, we don't, my arc reactor cannot defeat him. So there's a bigger arc reactor that's down below. We can just lure him into a trap, and hopefully he's stupid enough to fall for it, which he is, because he's cocky and has an ego of his own. I think I'm sorry I have to do this, but I think he choked on his aspirations a bit much.
Boy.
I know.
So Nick, so Obadiah versus Tony. So you're saying is Obadiah versus Tony. What life's teaching me is that bigger isn't always better. Thank you.
Notice that there was no woman that was saying that, just you.
I trust Nick with my DMs.
With your DMs.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Obadiah is, he's of the world, right? I mean, there really is kind of a biblical strain to Iron Man, and Obadiah is of the world. He's very practical and do this, but he's also, he was probably the same thing to Tony's father, where Tony's father's the genius doing these things, and Obadiah is, the practical business side, right? Like the COO of things, right? He's running operations, he's doing these things. But when Tony comes in, Tony has the genius of his father, but he doesn't have the maturity and wisdom. And so Obadiah is just able to keep expanding out, because Tony's like, no, just enable me, to do that. I could just be, the crazy inventor, and then you just go do the business stuff, because that's not important. And then Tony finds out it actually is important. And Obadiah is looking at this going, okay, well, this is a problem, because he's threatening the business. Yeah. Also, I'm kind of having to, wet nurse this pain in the ass for, years. And he comes back, and now he's suddenly found Jesus, and he's doing all this, and it's like, no, this can't stand. And, you kind of, the bitterness that he has at the end, when he's looking to kill Tony, there really is a resentment.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That really the reason there is a Stark Industries is Stane.
Yeah.
Right. Obadiah is really the reason there's a Stark Industry. But as he says, having the idea isn't the important thing. And this is true in business. I mean, there's plenty of people like, I had this idea, and I was like, did you actually execute it on it well?
Execution is
no.
important. Yep.
Get the fuck out. Ideas are cheap. Right. It's the execution that matters. And so
Ideas are like assholes.
Yeah, everybody got more than one, apparently. I don't know what the hell's going on with these people.
Also, Jay, business. Okay, I have a product. Okay, my product is revolutionary. Okay, awesome. How do you plan on selling your product and marketing your product and making profit from your product? So Oh, but Tony and his father had all these great ideas. Cool. Who's going to sell your product but me?
Yeah. Field dreams lie to you. If you build it, they'll come. Not if they don't know about it.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, build a mousetrap. Cool story, bro. Unfortunately, if nobody can find it, if you can't get it into distribution and handle the production and all that stuff, this is just an idea that it might as well not even exist, right?
Especially remember too, as soon as Tony comes back from the cave incident, he was okay with the stock with it over under the stock. Okay, 40 points off the bat. Then later on with Pepper, he's like the stock dropped 56 points. And so Jay, you know about stock, but like when I hear numbers like I don't know stock profits, but like when I hear your stock for $1 trillion company drop 40 points, that ain't good.
No, yeah, I mean depending on what the actual share price is, but no, in general, that's a bad sign.
Yeah. And he never really appreciated Tony. As you say, there was a resentment is that he felt like, and again, yes, he did attribute it, but he made the promises and Tony delivered on them. There would be no success without that delivery.
I think there's no success without either of them, right? Yeah. Because I mean, Tony. So essentially, Obadiah is like, okay, here's the crazy genius who's a man child. We'll support them. Obadiah has to get up and accept an award for Tony because Tony busy playing blackjack.
Oh, right? He's always working, right? That's the thing I tell you. He's always working.
So Obadiah has been covering for this, basically like wet nursing him and changing his shitty diapers.
Yeah.
And Tony's a grown ass man, or should be, but he doesn't act like it. And so that'll build up resentment, but also again and now you're threatening the business, the thing that I actually run and the reason that you have the ability to do any of this stuff. Right.
And
and
that's
so
what
here
he
you
says
go.
in that speech at the end,
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I do think they work well together when they're actually working. And I do think for the sake of Tony's thought for a while was, well, yeah, I build, I create. Okay, now that I've done all that, I want to go play and have fun. I want to do what I want to do. I don't want to go to these conventions and blah, blah, blah. Like after he becomes Iron Man, like that's how Iron Man 2 starts, right? The Stark Expo comes back and he's showing up in the suit that, gets taken off as he's there. And it's just him as Tony Stark. But it's a different film and different story. For the sake of Obadiah here, and I thought about it too, watching it a couple times this past week. As soon as Obadiah knows that there's a mini arc reactor in his chest, it's like, did the thought of maybe Obadiah going, maybe I shouldn't have killed this guy off because maybe we can actually elevate to the next level and I could still somehow
no, because again, I mean the here's the resource that I have, which is Crazy Genius. The problem is the Crazy Genius has suddenly found Jesus or something, and whatever, and now his moral compunction is no, I'm not going to make weapons. I'm going to go and make renewable energy or some crap, or I'm just going to go pick daisies and I'm going to go be in the airports trying to convert people. And he's like, well, then you're not useful anymore. And in fact, as kind of the figurehead that I put forward, you're negatively impacting the business side, and there's no way to really make money, and run a business off of what you're doing. So nah, bro, you out. Right. The best thing you could have done. Okay, this is your magnum opus, right? This portable power source that has this ludicrous amount of power you can use. Yeah, this will absolutely institute a whole new era of weapons, but I'm going to need other engineers to actually do it.
Learn about it and create it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And because as we know, none of them are Tony Stark. So that technology, that capacity does lie within his brain alone. And he's
right.
Not
but if you give him the actual, here's an arc reactor. Oh, okay. I can reverse engineer this.
Right. But yeah, I mean, and imagine being, I'll play the little clip, but imagine being in this scene as Obadiah and then you just hear it and you're like, oh shit. I mean, that was the whole general reaction to this part.
I had my eyes open. I came to realize that I have more to offer this world than just making things to blow up. And that is why, effective immediately, I am shutting down the weapons manufacturer division.
He's like, hold up, wait a minute.
Even Obadiah jumps up. He's like,
he was never. I bet you Obadiah's never stood up that quick. Being hold on a second.
Tony's clearly suffered a head injury. We're gonna get this looked at.
Yeah, Obadiah was ready to throw out his back to stand up that quick and get him off the podium.
Yeah,
Tony,
And the great news is that Tony Stark's back.
Yeah.
He'll be up.
The bad news is he's lost his mind.
Yeah. he does that voice so well.
Yeah.
I love how he shows up to the arc reactor on a Segway with the cigar.
Yeah.
Awesome. Is he inside? He is inside.
I knew it was
Because he
a villain
says,
the minute I saw him on a Segway.
It's fucking
true.
Uh,
Eating Impossible Whoppers.
Could you imagine this movie without Jeff Bridges?
Mhm.
No, and I think Beard Codes asked earlier, could you see anyone being replaced in this film for who they are?
Maybe
No.
maybe Pepper Potts. I mean that's the one that I might. Sadly, we do get to see Rhodey replaced.
I made that comment to him. I was like,
boy.
ironically, in Iron Man 2, Don Cheadle comes
And,
and steps in.
and I'll say, I mean, I love Don Cheadle in a lot of things, but he's a downgrade as Rhodey.
Yeah,
I
I think
agree.
100% agree.
I think
100%.
Beard Codes said the same thing. I would have rather, again, love Don Cheadle. I think he's a good actor, but there was something about Terrence Howard's portrayal as Rhodey, and even the chemistry I think he had on screen.
Yes.
With Robert Downey Jr. that just fits so well.
Yeah.
And again, we've had handful of other movies with Don Cheadle and Robert Downey Jr. together in the MCU, but there's just something missing between them. I don't know what it is, but
the character felt completely different.
yeah.
I think that maybe that's when he was replaced with a scroll.
I feel like
It's fucked up.
Gosh, it's funny because it's true.
Because Terrence Howard, for whatever his off-camera antics, he's a legit good actor, and we've seen that. The second I watched Iron Man 2, I'm like, oh,
He is a good actor.
Oh, Don, I love you, Don, but you're not.
Yeah, but this ain't it. This is not the way.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate what happened to him. Why he actually got removed as Rhodey. I think it's absolute bullshit.
I mean, it's kind of on him a bit because he's like, no, I'm worth as much as RDJ. And I was like, you're not, bro. I'm sorry.
Well,
He's not.
he was though. The thing is, at the time, Terrence Howard was paid like $1 million, and Robert Downey Jr. I think was paid like $200,000 because the studio didn't want Robert Downey Jr.
Because of the
after
risk.
After the film, RDJ was the lead character. He deserved to get like $5 million, whatever he was asking for. And Terrence Howard's ego took over. Because he just won an Oscar for Hustle and Flow. He was feeling himself. And then he went crazy and started pitching a new mathematics to African countries. He became Obadiah Stane.
Obadiah is definitely not going to take Terrence Howard and make a weapons division with him in charge because he can't even do basic math.
Wasn't Terrence Howard also going against the Hollywood machine? Because I can't. Who did he speak on? Was it Rogan?
He said it on Rogan, but
yeah, that's right.
And I think what's his face? Patrick David.
David?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it was on his podcast as well, where he talked about it as well.
Yeah, but I think again, I mean the you can claim, oh my god, the Hollywood machine is the racism or whatever, and it was like, bruh, you are not the lead. You were not the reason the movie was successful. You were very, useful as Brody the sidekick, and it was a great rapport or whatever. But Pepper Potts didn't make as much as RDJ in the second movie, and I think she's far more integral to the story.
I think Terrence Howard helped add legitimacy to the project in the eyes of the studio and viewers going into this film, because RDJ's career was off the rails by this point, But after this movie, RDJ was the superstar.
It really did launch
sure.
him back from his fall, and it was kind of like a gamble.
Yeah, but also that again, RDJ doesn't just. This is not his only success, even for this year.
Yeah.
Right, because I mean, you have Tropic Thunder.
Yeah.
Sherlock Holmes too.
Yeah, then Sherlock Holmes
but yeah,
is rolling out and all that. But again, in this year, you have this, oh, look, Iron Man, a big success. Tropic Thunder, holy shit. And they're like, oh, RDJ, he's legit. He's a real star now. And he's the main character in the movie.
Isn't
Yeah,
it
I'm not saying he
crazy?
should have gotten paid as much, but sorry, go ahead. Naya.
No, I was going to say, isn't it crazy that RDJ got nominated for Best Supporting Actor at the Oscars for Tropic Thunder for playing blackface? Like, this early 2000s.
I mean, we need more of it, frankly.
Commitment. That's
That
what it
should come
was.
back.
Yeah.
Well, it was big art too. When Nia was saying with his payday, when Avengers came out, he was reportedly got paid $50 million just himself for Avengers, and of course he told everybody, hey, like Evans and Luke and Hemsworth and roughly should get paid more, but like he goes from making $100,000, $200,000 to this film to the Avengers to $50 million. Like that's shows how big it.
Hashtag time in. No, but like I think two things. I don't want to say that Terrence Howard shouldn't have gotten paid more. I don't think he should have gotten paid as much as Robert Downey Jr. But if he got paid $1 million for the first one,
Yeah, everybody should have got pay raises because it was Cheetos and hand jobs for all of my men when this movie came out.
Just give him like an extra meal. Like, okay, we'll double your pay. Is that okay? Like, and like obviously at that point, if you said no, well, then joke's on you. You're not the hero.
Yeah, but he wanted RDJ's money.
Right, and
we are. It's like we're co-stars. I was like, oh, hold up, bro.
And I think that someone told him that, and he went with as opposed to like, I don't remember exactly what he says.
Was it the same guy that taught him math?
I don't remember.
Possibly,
Steiner math,
quantum physics.
I think part of the reason why Terrence was so upset was that he also fought to get RDJ in the film, right? Like he was defending him, and if it weren't for Terrence Howard, Favreau would have had a really rough time getting what's his face? Oh my God, Robert Downey Jr. in the film. So like, and then to go from that, and then to get the same like offer in the second movie, he'd rung RDJ up, and he basically asked for help, and Robert Downey Jr. just ignored him essentially, so he was pretty jaded by that.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, RDJ, while he's having success, I mean, there's still concern in Hollywood. When he's doing the second film is like, I mean, yeah, he's had moments before where he's, oh, I'm clean and all that, and then crashed right out again, and so you're not really sure. It's only when he just starts stringing things together that you really start to trust him. But also, again, it's like, bruh, I'm not negotiating for you. What are we talking about? I mean, it's one thing to go, yeah, I really want this guy in the movie, and I'm sure that RJ was like, I mean, I'd love to have Terrence Howard in the movie, but it's on you to do the money. Right? Was it Terrence Howard that goes, no, just pay RDJ a couple $100,000, it'll be fine? Or did he just go, no, he's redeemed, and I mean, he would be great for this film, right? It's like the NFL. Where you have players like, man, I'd love to have this guy back, and he's a great teammate, and this and that, whatever. But you don't talk about another man's money. You don't get involved with it.
No.
Right.
I've had a conversation with Goodwin about this, where it's like everyone here can know, like, often you don't mix money and friends.
Not unless you got the right mindset, and they have the right mindset.
Right.
Where you're able to separate those two things. Then, bro. Yeah, I'd love to have you. No, I'm not going to talk about your salary.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say, was Terrence also wasn't he doing Empire at the same time?
I thought that was a bit later.
I think it was later.
Sorry,
it might be the same time, but I was
around
2015.
Not much.
It
Was
was
it?
2015. Yeah.
2015. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have his stuff pulled up right now because I was looking to see what else he was kind of doing around that time frame, or shortly thereafter, like kind of where he was, and that was his kind of like main focus in as a main cast member. I guess he had some Law and Order stuff, but even movie wise, he really didn't do too much after Iron Man. I mean, he was in stuff here and there, but nothing super big. I don't know what his next biggest film was. But anyway,
looks like Mo's got to go, so we need to deal with Obadiah here.
Mo, do you want to give your ratings for Obadiah real quick before you dip?
Yeah, well, he's definitely got because there's two sides to every coin. It's like, how hard is he going in the paint, as they say?
Yeah,
you're right.
I just want to point out that Mo really emphasized that P, so it couldn't be misconstrued for a T, which was it's a different thing entirely.
But the affirmation, I would say it's that's pretty low. That's probably like a 5 out of 10, mainly because had he learned the right lessons, he probably would have been a better person. But he had the right approach to the aggressive nature of trying to be successful. He just implemented it poorly. But inspiration, I would say he's a 2 because this is not the person you want to be.
Ironically, that's what I had.
Yeah,
Inspiration.
aspiration. He's a 9 out of 10 because he's trying to do what he can with what little he has.
Yeah,
you know,
reaching beyond himself, man. Come on.
Yeah,
I can see that.
because here's the thing: you can learn from a lot of other people's failures. A lot of companies. I'm wearing a watch by Atari. Atari was a company that was so good at what they did that they didn't bother to, like they did so well with what they did. And the other companies like Nintendo and Sega and stuff looked at what they messed up and learned from that. Obadiah is like, I don't want to be that way, so.
It's like, I got to kill Nolan Bushnell. I got to run this thing because Nolan is crazy. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm just saying, like, there are things like if directed the right way, it's a good thing. So the aspiration is a 9 out of 10, but the inspiration, the affirmation, drive it off the rails. So,
yeah.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. 5 to 10, 5 to 9. I sound like I'm singing a Chicago song.
For 25 or 60 more.
But that's it. 5 to 9. 5 to 9.
5-2.
So. Sorry, I had an intruder.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, God.
Say hi. Look here.
Hello.
Max
Hello.
Say hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Oh,
that's a good night.
Good night.
That almost offset all the debauchery tonight.
Don't worry, I'll make up for it later.
Yeah,
Please don't.
He can't change. You think he could change, love it?
Okay.
Can he change?
No, he can't.
No.
I can change into more.
There ain't no changing that old dog.
What did you give aspiration? A 1? What'd you say?
5 to
aspiration was a 9.
5 to 9.
Yeah.
No, but because here's the thing: you can look at people that are bad people. You can look at Joe Jackson and be like, his aspiration is a 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10. He's an absolute piece of dog shit. Aside from that, but it's like there's something there that you can learn about how to be successful.
You know what I want? I want Joe Jackson as Yinsen. Because again, Joe Jackson also made people great, just in a different way. It wasn't.
Mo, you're right. Because it's all good about that. The Michael Jackson film, like Joe's a piece of shit, but then again, look at the results.
Michael wouldn't have been Michael without Joe.
There were points in the film of Michael, real quick, where it's like he's kind of right.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, really, do you want to do something and not have people tell you no? He brought up really good points in that film.
Well, I think Mo, you brought up Jordan before, right? And Jordan was an asshole to everyone, and he wanted to be great. His drive was, I'm competing against myself, and anything that I can use to motivate. Even if you go, "Hi, Mike, how you doing?" and they're like, "That motherfucker." I know damn well you meant to talk some shit, right? And would then go out and destroy you on the court. That was the way he is. And the thing is, but that also costs you family and friends and everything else, right? When you become, monomaniacal about a certain thing, everything else has to go to the side.
Yeah. For Mo Lisa, that's why I think Whiplash is so highly regarded as a film with J.K. Simmons, because that's the controversy. It's like about taking my kid to see the 10th anniversary. Like, was J.K. in the wrong? Because look at the fucking results.
Well, but that's also the risk of being like that singular focused about, I want to be great at a thing. It's like, the problem is that everything else has to go to the wayside because you have to be totally dedicated to this one thing, to the exclusion of all else. And if I look at it and go, I mean, the heights that they attained, it's admirable, but I don't want to be that person.
No, sometimes they fly too close to the sun.
Yeah, well, most of them do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see, in that movie, sorry, Mo, I know you have to leave. Miles Teller is so close to becoming J.K. Simmons' character in terms of his like singular focus on being the best that he can be. He neglects his family. He breaks up with his girlfriend. Like, he is so close to becoming J.K. Simmons, and I wonder whether he did by the end, because you don't see any sort of reconciliation.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk about that movie. It's
that piece of shit.
That movie definitely hits home for me, being a musician and being in music for majority of my life. So, Mo, I got to leave. So, listen, thanks for coming, man. Glad you
dude,
could make it.
Yeah, I would love to make it when I actually have more time. I gotta, you've just dealt with. I have I have the parenting thing to do, unfortunately. No, I'm just kidding.
I hear you.
Actually needs his anal gland squeezed. It's a thing he's working with.
Ew.
Flush it.
I do not speak for Emperor Goodwin, but gross. All right. I'm not at that stage of my marriage yet, sir. All right.
Oh, hell. Yeah. Wait till you get to the 34th anniversary. We'll talk.
I'll let you know. But all right. No, it was, dude, this was a blast. I'd love to go. This is a very fun long form stream, and I'd love to do this in proper when I can actually stay up late as opposed to an old man. So
There'll be many more movies to talk about. So we'll converse and see what you feel like covering next.
It was great having Mo on, man.
Guys, have a great night,
man.
Appreciate it. See you, Mo.
I'll catch you later, man.
Take care, Mo.
Thank God he's gone.
We are avocado free, everyone.
That piece of shit, his little ratings.
That son of a bitch. Jesus Christ. I don't know why anybody watches that bastard.
Let's start with the opposite side. Love it. What do you think about his ratings?
As far as affirmation, I mean, he's the corrupted masculine part, and it's not something that you want to be a part of. But many do strive. I'd give his affirmation probably about a 5. Inspiration, he does manage Stark Industries very well, and you say build it to what it is now. Thank you for putting me on the line too.
No problem.
We're offline as friends. Don't worry about it.
I mean, I don't.
No one's
I mean,
watching.
Jeff Bridges does this character very well, but none of the traits of Obadiah Stane I really particularly like or aspire to be. So I'm going to give him low ratings, and that would be probably like 5, 2, and 3.
5, 2, 3.
I ate a whole avocado with my steak. It's
good.
Well,
yeah.
Gemma celebrating Mo, I see.
Avocado. Hey, Gemma.
I will say this, and Obadiah is one of these characters that, even though he is corrupted, he can still aspire to something. And I recall back in December when we were covering Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, where it's like, yes, Shredder is a bad guy, but he was aspiring to build something. He was aspiring to have something, to achieve something, and he was in the process of doing it until he was thwarted by the Turtles and and Splinter and Casey Jones and so forth. So, and again, I think that's why having these types of characters in movies presents such a not so much a fresh take, but
well, you have to have your villain. You have to have your villain that's as ambitious and at least and equal
Ambitious
to
villains are
your
good.
protagonist, right?
Yeah, it's like having like a really good Bond villain, which isn't always the case. But
What do they always live forever? Like, this is, oh wow, I bested you.
Yeah, and I mean, he's such he's an interesting character, and I agree. I think Jeff Bridges does a great job in his portrayal, his acting. Making you seem like, oh, Obadiah Stane might be like a nice guy to like. He's done so much for Tony and has really built up Stark Industries for Howard's death. Like, man, like this guy, he's an older guy. So like, yeah, why wouldn't you want to aspire to be like him? Until you realize what he's done, and you're like, well, I don't know. Now I'm conflicted because he's corrupted. So But I think that's what presents a challenge in the discussion around these talking points, where it's like, do we actually give him something that's higher in aspiration, or a bit lower? So, as the man who can do his voice here on the show, Goodwin, why don't you unless you actually stepped away, may just BRB. Jeff, what do you think about his ratings?
Yeah, he's definitely the character you start off liking, then you find out who he is. Definitely gonna be low numbers for me.
Yeah.
Affirmation, we'll say 3. Inspiration, I mean, I gotta agree. I mean, it's like with what's been said before already. There's the things he's done for Stark Industries and for Tony thus far, but unknowingly he was also trying to take him out. 5.
Yeah.
Aspiration, he's doing what he wants to do and he's really going for it. So I'm gonna give him an 8 on that.
Gotcha. Yeah.
That's all I got.
No, I appreciate that. Because I don't disagree with that either. But again, it's really curious to see what people think about his character in particular, because it's so different compared to like Yinsen and Tony, right? So
right. And I also think if it was played by someone other than Jeff Bridges, we'd probably have a completely different take on it.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, you go from Big Lebowski to this, you don't even see Jeff Bridges. You see something else that's really sells the character.
True. The dude.
You know?
Yeah.
I really think what boosts the inspiration, aspiration is his ambition of making Stark Industry this pinnacle of military defense, like this one-all contractor, and you like that. But once you see behind the veil of what he's doing and how he's manipulating and everything behind it, then that kind of dwindles your thought process on him.
Yeah. Cole, what about you? What do you think?
So, like, I agree with what Jeff said, but also the one thing I found about his character is his arrogance. He was almost ego driven, and that's what where he was like, if you remember when he accepted the award, it was almost like he acted like it was like my award,
right?
So, but yeah, I found he had a lot of arrogance and he was he had a very ego driven mindset of, especially what he was doing when when everything came down, where he was going to build his own, where I can build it better. So that's where I saw him at.
Yeah. Because it is interesting, the fact that he does get the blueprint, the layout that came from his Mark I model in Afghanistan. So it's like he does get some sort of inspiration from Tony in a way of how it was created, because he knows Tony's not going to let him down in the shop and see what he's doing and see his private server, right? So he's like, well, I gotta do something evil. What's that?
Bleach bit it.
Yeah. So, and he goes through other means, obviously not very moral, but he does go to extreme lengths to get the idea to make his own bigger and not so much better suit, because he doesn't know how to handle the ice problem. What ice problem?
Yeah, but even when he has like his security team, when they're out there, it was almost to the fact that it was for him. It was, I'm the guy now. Like, I'm the top dog. This is where I'm going, because he betrayed the basically the guy who he was. What was
10 rings.
Yeah. He was like, okay, well, not dealing with you anymore. Everything is me now. So, and there was almost seeing almost a rivalry now between him and Tony, because he was at the forefront while Tony's doing this, doing that. So it was like almost like it's my company now, almost. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Nia, what about you? What you think?
I think Obadiah represents the dark mirror of masculine leadership. He has decisiveness and force, which can be suited to certain environments, but none of the virtues that should govern those qualities. He is what masculinity looks like when stripped of responsibility or compassion and turned into domination. He isn't weak by any regards, but he is spiritually hollow. For masculinity, I'd probably give him a 3.5 out of 10. He has masculine coded traits, but they're corrupted and unstable. He's also bitch made. Affirmation, 1 out of 10. So I affirm that he's a bitch. Inspiration, 1 out of 10, because he's a warning, not an ideal. And I'm inspired to confirm that he is a bitch. But I think Mo was right when it comes to aspiration. 7 out of 10 is probably what I'd give him, because he's extremely hardworking, and he was responsible for keeping Stark Industries afloat after Howard's death. Yet I still aspire to call him a bitch a 4th time.
Beautiful.
No,
I'm unclear. Does he not like this character or not? It's very confusing. When he talks in this mealy mouthed way. He's not really assertive about his,
he's no emu.
Well, that's true.
Then you would really hear the disdain in the voice, but you don't hear it here. But he's such a peculiar character, because in my ratings, I had affirmation to 3, inspiration to 2, and aspiration to 7. Because I'm like, he does go for something, but overall, it's like overall, and I agree, his masculinity is not good because he's so corrupted. So again, very interesting character. I think the thing about Obadiah is he's amoral. He just lacks morality. And so the traits that he has are very masculine, but without that kind of foundational guidance, they're corrupting. And that's true, for a lot of characters that we look at. It was like, if you look at the actual traits or the things that they strive for, or things like that, man, those would be admirable, absent like the motivation or the lack of morality, right? If you don't have the principles, then anything that you do is going to be corrupted in a certain way. I mean, you may accidentally do something right, but it's not because you were doing it because it was right. It was just happened to, it tangentially ran into it. And so Obadiah, the affirmation is where he's weakest, because while he has so many things that you would look at, the ability to build something and execute on these ideas that Tony comes up with, and create a business, and he's worried about share prices and things like that, right? But all of it is just kind of blows as the wind does, because what do the circumstances require? Okay, well, that's what I'm going to do, right? And then he also has within him a resentment of, I think, both Tony and Tony's father, because they get all of the attention, and everything is kind of put on them as, oh, look, you're the genius and all that, and he's the one that actually is the reason that this stuff gets implemented and sold and spread throughout the world. But he doesn't care if it's good or not, right? I mean, he's not going to sit down with Tony and be like, okay, what's the moral implications of this weapon? He's like, no, there's a market, let's go, right? He's like the ultimate in free market, where the free market exists only to determine price of a thing, not whether it's good or not, right? That's external to the market, and Obadiah is really just the free market, kind of as a person, with no moral judgment one way or the other. Thing is successful or it's not. That's it. So, the affirmation is pretty low for me, probably 3.5. Inspiration. He's certainly operating within kind of his constraints, but I'm not sure that there's anything that inspires him. In fact, one thing is he's going to kill Tony. Right. He's going to kill Tony, before that, before all of the cave and all that. This is the reason he's in the cave, right? And actually, these guys screwed up. They were supposed to kill him. They didn't.
And so I think it's very low on the inspiration. I don't know, maybe a 2.
Yeah.
The aspiration, yeah, I mean, he's ambitious as hell. And he's certainly reaching beyond his ability because he's trying to step into the role of Tony. We'll just bring me some engineers and I'll do this, and then we'll figure out things. He's desperately trying to replace the person who's the genius because he's an unpredictable genius, and also he's getting too much credit. And Obadiah can play it, with the I'm deeply wounded by the loss of Tony, but the company will move on, and the good news is it'll become more predictable, and it will be able to make money reliably, and we'll be a bit more flexible with our terms with certain buyers, right? Or those that we accept them for. Right. So yeah, I'd probably give him a 7 for aspiration. But he's the kind of villain that you want to have where he's, as Tony to begin with is a corrupted version of masculinity. So is Obadiah. And the two of them together are like complementary, but there's friction there. Then when Tony suddenly develops a moral compass, he's absolutely in direct opposition to Obadiah.
Right.
And you want to see that, right? You want to. That's the thing about, again, this is a very moral movie for all of the Tony, showing the red ass all over the place and the comedic stuff and all that. But at its heart, it's a movie about morality and the discovery of morality, and then how that changes you, and then the redemptive arc of Tony.
It really is, which is why I think this movie is very, very rewatchable. And again, one of not only the best MCU movies, but a great film from
it's
John
a good movie,
Favreau.
Just period. Yeah, it's
period.
not
Exactly.
Look, great comic book movie or more or Marvel movie or whatever. No, good movie.
Good movie. Period.
Because Obadiah's he's not a mustache twirling villain, and he's not one dimensional neither. He's complex.
No, he's also clever, right? And again, I mean, it's the Tony said this, and you see the wheels turning in Obadiah, and what you mistake for I have to somehow cover for this, right, is actually his. Okay, well, I can dethrone him by another one.
Well, yeah, and I mean, just even for the sake of thinking of how smart or I'm saying cautious, but think about the fact that Jarvis is there at his house, and the moment Obadiah is able to use that high frequency device on Tony, and Tony has no idea, and it's just like boom, he subdues Tony, and just like we saw him use that device on the leader of the 10 Rings in Afghanistan, right?
Good. Tony's tools are used against him.
Yeah. And it's like, and that's the perfect moment of just saying, it was me that ordered the hit on you. And you can see in Tony's eyes, whatever he could, just could like, my God, you son of a bitch.
Well,
you son of a bitch.
Especially when it mentions Pepper. It's a shame that you involved her. I would have preferred to keep her, but she got to go.
Yeah. So it's like, and even in whatever life and energy he has left within him, just to try and get to that, to the suit. But again, because Pepper decided not to throw away the first prototype of the arc reactor.
Yeah, and
that Tony Stark had a heart. It's like, guess what?
And all of that, but I mean, that's again, it's part of Tony's redemption that he doesn't go after Obadiah because of the betrayal or something like that. It's purely to protect Pepper. That's why he's going there.
I don't think he was part of Hydra.
Nah, he didn't care about that.
No. Now, when I recently, because we were talking about, Thor 1 had come in conversation amongst our chats, and I recently rewatched that, and it's funny because you could see, a few of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that are a part of Hydra, and even in Iron Man 2, I know that there's the one guy in the Senate that is part of Hydra too. So kind of interesting to see who was a plant, but he again is a very peculiar character and a great one at that to have in this film when you're just looking at the morals.
I mean, he really is like an echo of what Tony was.
Mm-hmm.
I like
And
on the
so a lot
outside,
of this
he's the
fight is
polar opposite of Tony.
well, yeah, but not.
Negative
I mean,
aspect.
yeah. So the I mean their behaviors are different, but they're
Mhm.
both amoral in the at the beginning. Tony then gets his moral compass, and now he has to kind of fight the thing that he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose that over time, Tony would probably become Obadiah in the same way if he didn't have his cave experience with.
Yeah, or if he doesn't, I mean, if Obadiah at a certain point goes away, and so you no longer have that enabler that just kind of takes it on their own, Tony's just going to follow kind of what Obadiah was doing, absent the his experience in the cave, because he's just going to become more and more of the world.
Yeah. Two characters left we'll go through, and then we'll wrap it up here. Being Mr. James Rhodes.
Yes. Terrence Howard.
And yeah, we'll
I really like Rhodey in this movie. Shame about the rest of them.
I'll say where was it?
I like him. He loves
next time, baby.
Next time, baby.
Never got
Not for you, my brother.
Say not for Terrence Howard, unfortunately.
I was watching his team. I'm like, I guarantee Nick's gonna pull that fucking clip.
you know it.
How'd it work? How'd it work for you, Terrence?
Yeah.
Too soon? No, I'm just kidding.
Nick.
But no, yeah, like I think for Rhodey here, he does have this type of masculinity that is focused on discipline, right? His service. He has this institutionalized responsibility, being in the special weapons department, being an airman. You can hear him say he was a little boozed up on Tony's private jet, where he's like, he goes, the moment I put this uniform on, he's like, these guys they've got my back.
Yep.
Like that means something that matters. And then he also goes to say, like, Tony, you could be better than you are. There's something inside you that can get you to that next level. Which
Tony's like, I'm sorry, but I'm looking at the stewardess working the stripper pole on my private plane.
I see three things
I got
get me
better
up.
things to do. What's up?
There's three things that I'd like to get up right now, but not listen to what you got to say. But yeah, like he has this, again, the loyalty of his friendship. And he even says, like, my best friend, right? Like you can hear the truth in Rhodey's words. And even when it's like, wow, you kind of scared us there for a second, Tony, but maybe you should take a breath. Maybe you hit your head a little hard. Maybe take a beat and come back. And once you come to your senses, but it's like, that's the thing. Right. He did get his head right. And I think even at the end, when it's like, what do you need him to do? Just keep the skies clear for me. Just a training exercise, everyone. No need to call any alarms.
Yeah, training exercise is the magic word, as they demonstrate, because it's like just a disclaimer as a training. Man, that ain't gonna work. It was a training exercise that caused the loss of the F-22. My bad.
The pilot was not hurt in the training exercise.
No, it was fine. Yeah.
But I think, again, he does show and provide this sort of strength to Tony as a friend, being stable and orderly and honorable. And doesn't obviously have this sort of spectacle or adversity, any sort of chaos that Tony has or did possess. So I'd say, as far as what I have for affirmation on him, I think he confirms a strong masculine loyalty, the discipline. He's functionally responsible. So I give him an 8 for affirmation. I think for inspiration, I think because of where he's gotten to in his position, in the armed forces as an airman, he's pretty he's respected. He does have some authority. I think because of his steadiness, he is admirable. Maybe though less transformational than Tony or Yinsen. So yeah, I put a 7 for his inspiration. And as far as his aspiration goes, I think he does model a good, dependable, type of individual who does have this sort of masculine duty that is very clear and concise. And I think he's a very balanced character in what he does aspire to. Even like, again, like that small clip, like just not so much for Terrence Howard, but for Rhodey, like there is something that, well, this suit could work for me too. And I am an airman and I am Tony's best friend. So, you know, I'd like to get in that. In fact, I want to get in that. I'm going to try my best to convince Tony to get me into that one way, you know, shape or form or another. So
that's not the only thing that Tony's been in that Rhodey would also like to get into.
That's true. About 12 models.
Yeah.
You know,
Miss Brown, maybe.
Miss Brown too. Yeah. He was jealous about that 3-hour delay, that side piece that he was doing, but yeah, I gave him an 8 for aspiration. So 8.78 for me for Rhodey. So
we go with Cole Hauser. Man, he's right in the middle. He's got to go.
Cole.
Oh shit! We called on him at the wrong time.
We'll go to the other.
He's getting some smokes and milk. It's fine. It's fine. He'll be back. Cole, man, give us your affirmations.
I don't do the smokes and milk, so and I do come back. I do come back.
That's what my dad said too.
As I said before, you know, I like Terrence character arc, you know, for Rhodey. I didn't Don Cheadle. I thought Terrence did a great role as a commanding officer in this, and you know, he did do a bit of how can I say, he did do a little bit of what I'm looking for, of street as a U.S. Air Force officer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I mean, when he's, I think it's more when he's like talking to Tony, right? So
yeah,
I mean, you revert to like, okay, we're friends. We're gonna talk up a little different.
But yeah, I thought overall, like I give him the 10 out of 10. So
there you go.
All right. Jeff, what about you? What do you think?
I totally agree with Cole Hauser on that. Much better Rhodey than Don Cheadle was, and I'm gonna keep it pretty simple and straight. Eights across the board for me, because I mean, great character. Like you said, loyal to Tony, loyal to the Air Force, dependable, and he'll bend the rules a little bit. Like when Tony and Obadiah were going after each other, he said, "Don't call them. It's just a training exercise." So,
yeah,
like goes back to the training exercise. Yeah,
magic words, baby. Let's do it.
Seems to work.
Yep,
I'm gonna try that with my wife at some point. No, baby, it's training exercise. What are we talking
about? Blue, what about you? What do you think?
I mean, since he's only black guy in the film, I'm like you all. I'm not racist, so he gets 10 for me.
Well, I see. Looking for that DEI loan at some point. That's what he's all about.
That's right. I love the blacks.
Way to walk into the hood on that one.
And on that note, Niat, what do you have?
Yeah, moving over to the other black guy.
Oh, Niat's your house. Shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Blue, you're kind of standing right next to them. I'll make it awkward.
He's Australian.
Yeah, there you go. Now you got
how he's surrounded. Let's get him. Yeah.
That's what he deserves.
Nick, I've been to prison. This is my first black.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is not the first time he's been surrounded by.
Come on. Lightweights.
It was like, this is the first time I've had 2 muscular black guys standing around me.
Yeah. I need a white couch.
Hey, yo. You need to chill, Goodwin.
I'll call the emus on you. Don't talk shit to me.
He's saying this shit sober. At least I'm drunk.
Embracing your inner older RDJ or younger RDJ. Yeah. What would you say about Rhodes here?
Yeah, I concur with you guys. I do think Terrence Howard brings so much more complexity to the character than Don Cheadle does. And in this movie, Rhodey is one of the film's steadiest embodiments of grounded masculinity. He's disciplined, he's very competent, he's loyal, he's pretty fucking patient with Tony, if we're being honest, and he's measured. He is service-oriented, dutiful, and honorable. So to me, he represents a very traditional masculine ideal, the reliable man who does his job, tells the truth, and holds the line even when his friend is a little bit chaotic at times. For masculinity, I'd give him like a 8.5, 9 out of 10 for affirmation, probably an 8.5, because he strongly reinforces duty, loyalty, and discipline. He's not the most dramatically inspiring character in the film, though. I think that's still Yinsen. Because he's not really the one changing, and he isn't really that much of an active participant in the plot. But he's arguably one of the most consistent examples of masculine maturity from the start. Inspiration, 7.5. Like he's quietly admirable, but as I said, he is kind of passive in the story. His character has a lot more to do in the next film and Iron Man. Not so much in Iron Man 3, but Iron Man 2, he has a lot more to do. And aspirational, maybe an 8.5, because he's very easy to respect and want to emulate.
Yeah, I agree. Good win. What about you?
I mean, I think that Rhodey is he was the lure to the moral side that Tony had, but he ignored so much, right? You know, and even though Rhodey is exposed to Tony's lifestyle and all that, he's never really tempted by it, right? He has his path that he's going on, and yeah, I work with Tony because he's my best friend from way back, but I also recognize like his weaknesses and am always trying to make him a better man, but he's not hearing it, right? Because this is who he is. And then when he realizes that Tony has has discovered a moral compass, at first he's like, yeah, whatever, because I'm sure this ain't the first time he's heard, oh no, I'm a different now, I fixed this and I'm gonna do that, and okay, but when the rubber really meets the road, he's like, all right, I'm stepping up. Yep, let's do this. He has conflicted obligations because he's in the military, he works for the government, but he's also having to deal with Tony and balance that out. But when he realizes that Tony's doing the right thing for the right reason, then he he's willing to go. Yeah, no, this is a training exercise. We all fine, right? And so I mean he doesn't have the genius of Tony or the money. I don't think he has all of the ambition of Obadiah, but he does have legit ambitions, right? But it's within this kind of morally constrained framework of his world and the things that he's dedicated himself to. And so he's very admirable for all that. I mean, an affirmation, yeah, I got to give him like an 8 or 9 for that. Inspiration, I mean, I think again when he's tempted by Tony's shit. No, I'm not here to drink. I'm here to work. And the next scene is, when I put on this, and my brothers, and I was like, all right, bro, we've been there. It was like, no, I got stuff to do. Oh, are we drinking? No, I'm not. Okay, I'll just have one, and then there we go. But it doesn't like sway him to suddenly enable Tony. He's still, even when he's drunk, like, you could be a better man. You could do these things right. And it really kind of shows that these are kind of foundational aspects of Rhodey, and it's why I like him in this movie so much. And I think again, Terrence Howard such a great job with him, and it's a shame that we didn't get to see him continue in the later movies and kind of grow into the roles that he should have been. Right. Aspiration. I mean, again, I think he's plenty ambitious, but it's not a detrimental level, right? And again, when he's looking at that, he's like, I got to get me one of them, right? He didn't know he could fly it or not, but he's like, I bet if I put the work in, I bet I can. And then what's up, right? But also that he really does try to attain both a morality, but also a functional usefulness for the government and the military. It's a kind of affirmation. Rhodey really is kind of the person that you want to be. Because few of us have, much like Batman, Iron Man, his superpower is his intellect and his bank account, and Rhodey doesn't have that. But within the constraints, what he is maximizing, his potential in every way he can. And so, I mean, I kind of got to give him a 9 on aspiration.
Yeah, that's still good, and fair, or just. Last but not least, love it. What do you have to say?
This is the type of man that you want by your side through thick and thin.
True.
Definitely the moral backbone, and helps Tony Stark along the way. Just resilient, but I really enjoy his character and the quips he brings. Like, he knows Tony is intelligent and has all of this, but he's like, no, but you don't understand A, B, and C. Affirmation. He is definitely the best ideal type of masculine energy. He knows how to be loyal. He sticks to his family and his loved ones. He's steady. So as far as affirmation, I'll give him a 9. Inspiration, the loyalty that he exudes. When there's that fight in the scene where they're like, okay, well, there's a UAB, a drone, and he has, Tony calls him, and he's like, oh my gosh. So he's loyal to Tony, like, because in the Air Force he would have to shoot him down, but he helps Tony get away. So inspiration, an 8. Aspiration, very ideal, 9.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good
There
stuff.
you go.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I think we're all sort of like in that same ballpark range, of being in this, 8 to 9 or 7 to 9 range of, affirmation, inspiration, and aspiration. So,
I mean, he's definitely the guy you want to be friends with.
Yes.
100%. And again, like when you're looking like 8s down the board, or again, like in that 8 to 9 range, and even if I just put 8s, or again, like just kind of specifically saying, like, he can definitely be in that range there, where again, like you definitely want a friend like Rhodey, and I think it is kind
And
of
it's
funny.
so low key, because he's not flamboyant, he's not a showstopper, but through thick and thin, this is the one that you're gonna need to help you along.
Yeah, and it's kind of I think at the moment in Age of Ultron, when they're all trying to take turns to see who's worthy and lift up Mjolnir, right? And they're both trying to lift it with their gloves on. And it's just like, come on, aren't you part of the team? Just go ahead and pull. Go ahead, like represent. But yeah, I mean, it's just, you got your bros trying to work together, and I think too, again, just thinking about it, even what happens in Civil War, right? When Rhodey takes a hard fall, I mean, Tony's like, here's my best friend who could have died and is now, a paraplegic. And also a Skrull at some point later on. But that's a terrible story for another time.
It's right after this movie, I think.
Well, It's funny. At Civil War, Rhodey's the only person to get injured in that film. Out of all the characters in that film, only Rhodey got injured for some reason.
I mean, I think even too
Why?
that he kind of takes it easy on Sam Wilson, Falcon, not Captain America.
Not
It's
Black
Steve
Captain
Rogers.
America.
Not,
Yeah, not
Captain Falcon Man.
Yeah, Captain Falcon Punch. But I think he could have, and he kind of just blast Sam with his repulsor. It's like, oh, sorry, man. It's like, nah. Tony could have just like, let me turn and hit you with that full chest blast and put you in the hospital too. Like, but
damn,
he doesn't. Kind of holds back a bit. He shows that restraint, but is also just like, let me give you one good punch across the face by giving you a quick repulsor blast. Because F you for potentially almost killing my best friend here because over something stupid. Well, now it's actually not something stupid because there's a more importance behind that if we ever do cover Civil War on here. But last but not least, let's talk about the women.
The whammy.
No, the ginger broad.
Just love it. Look.
Yeah, love it. It's time for you to answer for your
right,
species.
I'm not a redhead.
You're a brunette, right?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Do you have any candles?
Should we clarify? Also, what's going on, Nas? Good to see you here, man. With Pepper. I mean, really, I think this clip does it pretty well
Pull
here.
it out. You don't pull out. There's a magnet at the end of it. That was it. You just pulled out. Okay.
Oh, God.
I was
Okay.
not expecting.
What
Don't
do
put
I
it back
do?
in.
What
Don't
do
put it
I-
back in.
What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. I'm just going into cardiac arrest because you
What?
yanked.
I thought you
out
said this was
like a
safe.
trout lure. We gotta hurry.
Women
Doing
not
what you
listening
tell me.
to the man.
I just want to say,
it boils down.
I mean,
to.
it was a mistake to leave the woman in charge of the pull-out game. That's not going to work
Oh,
out well. You gotta,
Yeah. That's how you end up with 10 kids. Right?
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
So later, Tony's like, I should say by Iron Man 3, Tony's like, now here's how you do the pull-out game correct, Pepper.
Yeah.
And then come end game, we won't do the pull-out game because we lost. So I'm gonna have a kid, but no. For Pepper here, she's an interesting female character because all the other female, like Miss Brown and the other what was it, the Maxim models? What
No, I think it was a Playboy.
was it Playboy?
Yeah.
I forget. That he was. Well, it didn't go 12 for 12 because there was a scheduling incident with March.
Scheduling.
Yeah,
and
but
what are you
December
gonna
had
do?
twins. So,
Yeah, it should count.
right. Yeah.
Exactly.
From a certain point of view, he still did go 12 for 12.
Yeah.
But, even again, like there's really good examples of her character in when he shows up to, oh God, what do they call it? The invitation that he's not there, so he just shows up. He crashes his own
At
party.
the Disney Center.
Disney Center, that's right. And sure enough, while Agent Coulson is trying to talk to him, he's like, yeah, no, we'll have a total meeting. I got to go talk to my assistant here who's looking like a total smoke show with that open back dress, and that they're now having a dance, and she's totally nervous about it because she's like, well, you know who you are, and they'll think because I'm dancing with my boss here, and he has this reputation for girls, and now they're gonna think that of me, and it gets kind of hot, and they got to get some breath of fresh air, which also in turn puts them in a more intimate moment because it's just them out on the rooftop that they almost kiss, so that so the intimacy got closer, but didn't Tony didn't close the deal there, which is kind of interesting, but also because
Neither
Pepper
did she.
realizes,
She pulled away, yeah.
she was like, I need a drink. I need a very dry martini with at least 3 olives, lots of olives.
Yes.
So I think for the type of character that she is, and I think she does help frame Tony's masculinity by witnessing both of like his irresponsibility and his transformation, as we mentioned earlier about the scene where she's like, I quit. I'm going to walk away, even though, yes, I did stand by your side through all this, but also I don't want to see you die. I don't want to see you throw your life away, but I recognize this sort of transformation that you've gone through. So I will continue to help you out, but be careful, right? Because, she obviously cares for him and and loves him, and as yes, he's her boss, but he's also family to her. So I do think the femininity presence that she provides, and again, we have talked about this before, where a good representation with femininity and not being some girl boss, helps elevate and brings forth good masculinity, if not great masculinity. So I do think the fact that what she provides him in this arc is, forcing his genius and power into their relationship, the trust, this sort of real accountability that she holds him to. So for her affirmation, though, I think she, again, is very loyal. She jokes about crying when he comes back because she hates trying to find a job, but you can see the seriousness of what he means to her, even when he makes when he comes out and says, henceforth I'm going to disband the weapons and weapons program until further notice, until I deem worthy of what this company should represent. Which she doesn't know exactly what's going on in his mind until later on, of course. I do think she does provide some clarity, though. She's a voice that he listens to, and does have this grounded feminine strength where she's not so much telling him what to do, but because he respects what she has to say. Even though he did forget her birthday, but to his own dime, he did get her nice, really fancy dress that he also loves on her. But I do think her affirmation's a bit high, because of what she means not only to him, but I think to the company as well. Like she knows how to run a lot, and then of course later on kind of gives the company to her, which is I think more towards her arc after this film. But speaking in this film again alone, I think she does have a pretty high affirmation. Inspiration wise, I think again she's a very steady character, and in how she provides honesty to this film and this sort of emotional credibility to Tony Stark, right? Like, let's be honest, this isn't the worst thing you caught me doing. It's a joke, but then she's like, oh my God, those bullet holes? Like, I don't even see, like, she sees past the joke because she sees the seriousness. Like, I thought you were done with all this. And it's like, oh yeah, no, I am. This is just part of, a jet propulsion, for flying. It's no big deal. So, and then last but not least, I'd say for his her aspiration, I think she's supportive and has a strong femininity to her, that really she doesn't lose like her intelligence, and I think she has a good agency about her. So I wasn't entirely sure about a solid number, but I kind of have her in this like 7.5 to like 8.5 range, for like basically straight down the middle, honestly. So yeah, I don't know, you have to go. So why don't you tell us what you think about Pepper Potts?
Yeah, I think Pepper becomes one of the measuring sticks by which Tony's maturity is tested throughout the Iron Man films. Like Yinsen is integral to his transformation in this movie, but she's constantly like checking him in this movie and the movies to follow. She rewards his sincerity, responsibility, and trustworthiness, and she's pretty visibly exhausted by his childish vanity and recklessness. Yes, she continues to work for him despite those things. But I think that's because she knows that there's more to Tony than what the rest of the world is able to see. I would give her like a 7 across the board, as she has great characteristics that contrast with Tony's, and she challenges him, and instead of being a yes woman. I think like you get the impression that he's had people let him do whatever he wants for the entirety of his life, and she lets him know what he's lacking. So yeah, I think she's a pretty solid character, and yeah, 7 out of 10 for affirmation, inspiration, and aspiration.
Yeah, and what would you give? We forgot to ask Mo this, but what would you give the entire film for a masculinity rating?
I would give it probably an 8.5.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
Very good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ironically, that's what I put down. But yeah.
Hell yeah.
So I know you got to go before we move on. But yeah, dude, thank you so much for being here, man. I appreciate it. Glad to have you back on. You've been super, super busy, so I appreciate you taking the time to be here, man.
Always a pleasure, man. And I really like this new format that you're doing with breaking down the films through the masculinity lens. I know we sort of touched on it in your earlier streams, but this format is spectacular, dude.
I appreciate it, man.
Time.
Yeah, definitely trying to improve. I'm trying to be more aspirational in my own streams. But just I think just through our conversations, and the more that people bring to the table, and the more people like we're conversing, and even in people in chat, I see it all, and I try to reflect on it and try to just improve on it. There's some other visual changes I'm looking to even make too, just for the sense of making it more interesting. But no, I appreciate it, man, and we'll be back on in no time flat here. So
I'll be here for your birthday stream in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But Cole Hauser and Love It Ever After, lovely to meet you. Jeff up north,
you too.
Great to see you again.
You as
Goodwin and Blue and Nick, I'm sure I'll see you by the end of the week. Take care, guys.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
Yeah. Later, Nia.
See you later, Nia.
Take care, man.
God, I hope that soulless bastard is gone. Jesus Christ, the shit he makes us watch. For God's sakes.
Dark Fates of film.
I'm just hoping that the sacred prophecy of Idiocracy somehow gives him a moral center, so we don't have to watch all the Terminator movies again.
I'm updating everyone's links in the description below right now. So if you don't know who Niet is, go check him out. He just made some of us watch the entire Terminator saga, including the very bad ones.
I pulled over when Jay said, he's like, well, my wife hates Niet. I lost it. Like I was in the car.
I don't think he's welcome any longer at my home. It's unfortunate, but
you won't be inviting him to dinner.
Yeah, he made his choices.
They put him on incognito, right?
Yeah. He's gonna have to put on a mask or something.
He'll have to go try and get some food for his own sake.
Mm-hmm. Hope you brought some cheeseburgers in your pocket, because you ain't getting none here.
There's a Burger King down the street.
That's right.
A whopper of a joke there. Good one.
Everybody gets one.
That even made Gord groan. Stop it, let it go. Oh my God.
She's a woman. It's all right.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll never force Goodwin to watch Prometheus because I don't think
he ain't forcing shit. I'll suddenly have Ebola that day or something.
I don't know if there's any masculinity in that damn film, but
hell no.
There's a.
I mean, the fact that it maybe ends, but it's pretty damn low at that point.
Yeah.
Cole, what do you think about Miss Pepper Potts here?
I was gonna go with the same with Niet. Same thing, 7. Without her, Tony doesn't really succeed as much. Yeah. She's almost, I would find her almost, she's guiding him to strive to be better. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Because she's always there and she's always looking out for him. Whether he has models in his bed or whatever, but she's always there. She's always been there, being consistent.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, she is pretty consistent across the board.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like she's not one to take shots at people, and she's not any stranger to taking out the trash. In case anyone new here to the stream has forgotten what she's done, let me give you a brief reminder to highlight Pepper Potts and her savageness.
You must be the famous Pepper Potts.
Indeed I am.
After all these years, Tony still has you picking up the dry cleaning.
I do anything and everything that Mr. Sark requires, including occasionally taking out the trash. Will that be all?
Yeah, like how does it feel getting burnt by our ginger like that? I mean, it's crazy.
Again, Nick, the true definition of saying she says "fuck you" by her tone, but she doesn't actually say the words "fuck you." It's so fantastic.
Oh yeah, no, the incentive is there just of degrading her about this.
Yeah.
But it is
I tell people check out Nick's chat when this guy called Papa Pumpkin. It's the most horrible things you've ever read. He's not a good person.
wife. Hold on, waifu wars. Oh gosh. Actually, there's another moment too where she kind of throws some similar shade at Tony when at the end, right before he goes on the podium, after he gets his cue cards from Coulson. He's like, I'm just thinking about that night, you know. And she's like, oh, that night where we danced and we went on the roof. We almost kissed.
Go give me a drink. You went downstairs, give me a drink, and then you never came back.
Because Bimbo, the trash you slept with that I then kicked out for you because you were down in the garage working on stuff. We were also late to your plane for Rhodey. That you
Look, he
you
was doing a
decided
piece
to,
for variety. Stop. Come on. I mean,
right? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, variety.
Yeah.
A highly respectable.
Is this the gayest time you ever did?
I mean, what
Variety.
aspiration, Nick? I mean,
Variety.
she's watching Tony for years, just like sleep his way through the entire like world, and she still ends up with him too. So
Yeah, I mean that is it.
Yeah.
Playing
So
the long game.
Can't count the further arc. We only have this
True.
movie to work
Not in
with,
this,
yeah.
but yeah, no, she. I mean, look, yeah, talking beyond afterwards. I mean, she's like willing to be like, yeah, them hoes got nothing on me because
exactly.
you know, I'm the one he always wanted and finally got with. So
Mhm.
you
She
know,
sees him for the true person. All those other women like him
Yeah.
for his fame and to
Well, it's
climb the ladder.
It's
They
great.
chasing clout. He's there. She's
yeah.
there to take out the
He's
trash
been there,
occasionally.
yeah.
And
Well, it's great inspiration. It's like ladies, watch your boss fuck 2,000 women. Eventually, he'll settle for you. So,
and you can definitely trust him. You know, he definitely won't.
Because he's run through them all.
Yeah. He's like,
He definitely
I'm not down for that repeat business. What's up?
he went from Maxim models to Pepper Pots. I mean, that's a yeah.
Tim will come back. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It'll be the greatest resurgence.
Tim will come back.
on
Yeah,
YouTube.
greater than ever.
Yeah. He's still praying for Zax and his family.
Yeah, as are we all.
I
Yep.
do.
Also,
I do.
R.I.P. Irene.
Yes. Jeff, what do you have to say about Miss Potts?
I'm gonna give her 7.5 across the board, just to be a little bit higher than everyone else so far. But no, she's definitely the woman that Tony needs. Even there's a scene where she asked him, "What's your social security number?" What do you say?
5.
Missing.
Okay, what about the other 8 digits?
I mean, he probably wouldn't be able to even get dressed in the morning without her. So she's definitely the one that's been loyal to him. Like you said, all these other women he's always constantly sleeping with, his shenanigans he's getting up to, but she's the one that's there either putting out the fires, cleaning up after him, and sticks by. No, it could be maybe she gets paid really good, or she has always loved him in a sense.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, absolutely.
pretty solid.
Love it. What do you think?
I'd give her 8s all across. It reminds me of a video I saw where a man was at a bar and he was passed out drunk, and his girl came with a wheelbarrow, right? And put him in the wheelbarrow and then tucked him all in and brought him home. That's like what Pepper Potts does for Tony. She is there thick and thin, and her love for him is true. Like there is not anything that she's willing to do, but she's also very honest to him and shows him his flaws, and not to just belittle him, but to just bring him up, to improve of him, and to show him how she sees him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she's very loyal, and you can see that the trust that Tony has with her, with the clip that you did, where he asked her to take his arc reactor out.
Right.
That's something very serious. That's life or death, and who hangs in the clutches? Who's always been there?
Yeah.
Yep.
She's reliable.
She's been down in the basement. That is not something
Better
anybody
Daxi.
has that act.
Yep.
So,
Is that a euphemism, Lovett?
yeah.
Okay, I thought so. Yeah.
She wears pants minus
She
2
wears
points.
pants.
Yeah.
Yep.
She should have wore skirts. I agree.
That'd have been nice.
I love that Waylon has just now noticed that Blue Collar has on his Captain America mask.
Yeah, because
I don't know which one is drunker right now, but okay, here we go. Yeah, it's,
this film Civil War, I'm Team Cap. Okay, so saying.
Now we got to
I
cover
hate
this.
how they did him dirty at the
Yeah.
end. The Cap would not make that choice.
Wait, what?
The choice of going back in the past.
Yeah.
No, it's not Civil War. It's
Oh,
it's
I know.
Endgame.
I'll talk about later.
Yeah, well, we don't talk about Endgame because it's shit.
Yeah.
It really is.
John Walker did nothing wrong.
I agree.
John Walker is. He should
John
be
Walker
the,
should have been the next Captain America, not Sam Wilson.
I mean, Bucky really should have been, but if you're
That's
not going
true.
to do
Bucky,
it with the Bucky, then
they did my boy wrong.
Yep.
And John Walker, yeah.
Yeah. Good job, Disney.
I would have been Pepper Potts.
Well, girls do it better.
That's
Yeah,
right.
girls could have done, right?
Especially in Iron Man 3.
Pure.
Would you say you said 8.5s? Love it?
She did. 8.
8s.
Eight.
Okay, what about you?
So I think Pepper Potts is the feminine side that I mean it's really like the wife that Tony needs, but he doesn't realize it. He's running around chasing. She is the dependable person who is always. She will tell him the truth and call out his bullshit, but also it's like, all right, but you're gonna do you because I mean you're an individual. You can make your choices. I don't have to like them, but she tries to take care of him. She'll take out the trash, but also. When she sees a bullet hole, she's legitimately concerned about him and not. I mean, and she's also like, she's able to kind of meet Tony as an equal on the witty rapport that they have, right? Where he, says some jokey stuff, and she's able to just come right back, right? And so, that like from just a wit standpoint, she can hang with him now. Clearly doesn't have the genius intellect that he has, but she has a more practical understanding of the world and how to get things done and doing the hard work that's necessary to have a successful life. And so the two of them, you just gotta look and go, yeah, that's something that would work together, because he needs the grounding of a woman that I'll take care of this, but I'll also bust your balls while I'm doing it, right? And that's exactly what guys need. I mean, we need to. Yeah, I'm back in your play, but this is some bullshit you're getting into, right? It's the joke I make about well, I'm not sure it's a joke. People that I call friends, the people I can call at 3 a.m. and go, bro, I got to drop a body, and they'll be like, all right, I'll help you bury it, but you understand you're going to take an ass kicking afterwards. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's fine. They don't have to agree with me, but they'll help out with this stuff, and then call me out for my bullshit afterwards. So I think Pepper. Now again, she's very much a woman where I'm going to take care of. Here comes a situation that I'm totally uncomfortable with, but I just think the world is just somehow. So I have agents. I have 5 agents around me. I'm more than capable of. No, you're not. And then the argument about the arc reactor, or the big one, when Tony's telling her to set it off, but also, her playing around with the pullout game with the arc reactor in his chest. She's doing the girly ooh and all that, but she does do it, right? You have to give her credit for being willing to step out of her comfort zone for Tony. I don't know that she'd necessarily do that for other people, right? But she does have a bit of the woman brain, when how the world works, versus the way Tony and Obadiah see it. I'm with 11. I mean, I'd probably give her like an 8.5 or I'd consider 9. I think the only thing that would kind of hold me back from giving 9s across the board is the absence of family motive that you really kind of need to get those upper scores, right?
Yeah.
I mean, she views Tony as kind of family, but that's not the same. So yeah, I'll probably go with
Maternal
that.
instinct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I said. Like, she's in this range of like 7.5 to 8.5 at a high point for me. But again, like I think she could hit up in the upper echelon of a 9 to 10 range. Again, maybe writing things a little bit different for her, but through and through, like, she's a very, very solid character, very solid, partner that, like, she's the wife that Tony really needs to kind of.
He's just not ready yet.
But right, it's just they're just not there yet, and
he's
again,
not.
like,
he's not on his journey far enough to deserve it, really.
Right. And it kind of, it's unfortunate. What's happened? I think the third film, right? Is it in Iron Man 3 that they?
I don't know. I've tried to purge that film from my mind.
I mean, it has been a while.
As you should.
I mean, I know that. I don't remember. I don't think is she in any of the Avengers films? I know she's in Infinity War.
Well, the first one she was.
She's in the first Avengers film.
Yeah.
Are they married at that point though, or I think they're still like together?
Yeah. No, because they're actually she's married to him at Infinity War.
Yeah, I know by that point. So
it's not Avengers. I think they're just together in Avengers.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was because in Age of Ultron she's not even in that film.
Yeah, I don't recall her in Ultron, because I think there's the joke between there's the what's her face the other agent, the other Shield agent, the one brunette, the female brunette,
Maria Hill.
She makes the joke of between Tony and Thor. They're like going back and forth between Pepper and Jane, and she's like, testosterone.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yes.
No, yeah.
Exactly. You're pointing out the obvious. Thank you, Maria.
I love Kobe Smulders.
Yeah.
Yeah, but but Pepper's not in that one. So yeah, I don't remember if they were married in the first Avengers film, but either way, together and a higher capacity that Tony is by that point is more deserving. And I mean, it is kind of interesting though, now that I think about it, like how many times Tony has almost died in each of his movies, until, and again, he makes the sacrifice, tells Pepper to just flip the switch for the arc reactor, the big one.
Yeah.
It was like, but you'll die. And he was like, just do it. Right. If I die, I die. And he doesn't, luckily, but.
Well, if you remember, Nick, in Infinity War, Doctor Strange pops in. Doctor Strange makes a joke about not missing their wedding.
Yes, I know. I remember that. Yeah. But even like in the first Avengers film, right? Like that they launched the nuke. The government launches the nuke at New York City, and he intercepts it and redirects it through a wormhole in space, and then,
well, how would you normally do it? I mean, come on, it's obvious. For God's sake.
Yeah.
To be aim it towards Michigan.
Well, I mean, if we're going to nuke something, I might be willing to volunteer Michigan.
Go for this part.
Are you into UP?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got nothing up here worth nuking. So.
Yeah.
See, I would aim towards Australia, but the emos is just pissing them off. So.
Yeah,
I mean, we don't want to live in that island.
They'll deploy the cassowaries, then we're screwed.
Shit.
I'll just put 8s because I know it's probably on average of what we've all said. So, but she's a solid character.
Yeah, I think that's legit.
I said Nick earlier, but remember, it's like Obadiah would have killed Tony, and not for Pepper, Tony lived.
Well, I think she sees the truth that Tony was aware of when she finally goes to his office and has the ghost drive, gets all the data. She sees it, translates it for herself. Like, oh my God, this guy is actually evil. And it's like, okay, Agent Coulson, you come with me. Yep. Tells Rhodey like, hey, Rhodey, you need to go over there. He's not answering his phone. Something bad might have happened. Like, so like she's again, like she's saved his life. So she's very crucial. Plays a crucial part in his
What sounds funny
movie,
is
but
Tony's like this old art collector, all it's worth is just tossed down, and she decides to frame, make it a gift for him, and her gift is what saves his life. Like,
yeah.
Well, like I said, I mean, it's why there's such a good balance that she's the detail oriented, the that she does have a sense of the historic and bringing that in. Also, the joke that she's going to. Giving Tony the proof that Tony Stark has a heart, in that, which does end up saving him. But he was like, no, just incinerate it. It's fine, whatever. Tony's kind of in the moment. Even again, this is even like past his moral, awakening. He still has all of the bad habits of who he is. She is like the opposite on that, and so that complementary. Relationship is the two of them make a good whole. Love it. No, don't make me start with it. You down with dope PP? Yeah, you know me.
Only for her would Tony say I like PP. Between you and Gord, love it. Jeez.
We're trouble.
So we'll wrap it up here. Phrasing, of course, but let's talk about our overall masculine rating. So I'm going to assume Mo would probably give this somewhere about around an 8 for a 9. I know he was.
I just want to say, I think we have our masculine rating for Mo very high. I didn't find him masculine at all. Maybe a 2, 2.5. And
if we're talking about Mo himself, I mean, yeah. Movocado.
Okay.
Movocado Mo, then.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But Nia gave it 8.5.
Yep.
We'll be a gentleman and love it. What would you give this?
8.
8?
Yeah.
Masculinity.
Why are you gay?
my headphones back.
The avocados are turning us gay.
We've been infected. Willie and I have no idea what you're talking about Pepper's wearing. Cole, what do you think? What would you give Iron Man for?
I would give it. I'd probably give it an 8.5.
Yeah, solid, man.
Like I said, I was never into Iron Man. Once I saw the movie, then I was into Iron Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, like, as much as growing up and collecting comics, collecting all the the Flair cards, right? Like, I still have freaking binders of all the old like X-Men and Marvel cards. I always knew of Iron Man. Was never like one of my favorites. Just like as kind of like a background character, but and not to be super dismissive of him, but yeah, it was always like a B to C tier hero. Yeah. And even like the old arcade game where you could play as him, like in the Hawkeye and Cap, and I think Vision was the other one too. Like so.
You're right.
Right, like it was fun to play as him, but you kind of knew what his limitations were or what he consisted of. Even as Tony Stark was never like really that well developed until this, and now all the comic books moving forward, right? All those comic book runs.
So I would say that depends on what era you were reading Iron Man, because I mean the early Iron Man. Well, he's got some real demons. He's an alcoholic, and he's got there's a bitterness to him about the world and all that that kind of just gets whitewashed when we start making kids cartoons, and we don't cover that stuff.
Right? Yeah, like it's changed a lot since this point. Like again, like you don't really talk about or show those types of situations or scenarios that he's gone through that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason there's a Black Sabbath song about Iron Man, and it's pretty dark, because again, he was a dark character. He was a flawed character. He was very much so. He's Marvel's Batman, but he's Marvel's Batman from the time that not the original, early, late 30s Batman, but when they kind of switched to DC and he's dealing with all this stuff, but he's also dealing with this loss and all that. But yeah, Iron Man's even more so dark in that he has the demons that continue to follow him, and they're self-inflicted. It's not an external kind of thing like it was with Batman.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
It's almost what Jay was saying, because for so many fans, Iron Man, one of his best arcs, his famous arcs, it's actually called Demon in a Bottle.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about alcoholism and let's percent as good as I saw the Netflix Daredevil. Man, some of those Daredevil comics, I wish they would actually put Daredevil where you had like Karen addicted to heroin and stuff, and Matt just seeing like Matt testing his faith as being a Catholic for how dark Hell's Kitchen is for Daredevil. Like there's some, like Jay said, some of these 90s, 80s fucking Marvel stories weren't made for kids.
Yeah. And well, I mean, Daredevil, I will give Netflix credit on Daredevil that they do show his kind of his faith being challenged and what he's going to have to do in the world, and how does that reconcile, with his beliefs. That's why you have so many scenes with him visiting his friend the priest.
Which is that's what the Disney Plus version fucked him over with that one.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, we knew Disney Plus was going to screw it up. So,
yeah, right. Jeff, what would you give this film?
Because on a personal level, it's kind of what got me into the Marvel, especially the Marvel movies. And like I said, I watched it back to back as a kid in theaters and watching it again the other day. And today just really, it made me want to almost do better in my own personal life, It kind of gave me that feeling. So I'm going to give it a 9 just because even watching it, it reminded me of the first time I watched it. I was just in awe, it was a lot of fun. So yeah, I'm going to give it a 9 on that.
Yeah, I think that's the movie is aspirational. I mean, you do, to Jeff's point. I mean, you see it and it's like, yeah, he had a redemption, but then he has to get better, and he doesn't just become, oh, look, I'm magically great. He still has his flaws, as we all do. But it's kind of a call to action. It's get good.
Pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. Goodwin, what about you?
I think I would also give it an 8.5. I think that the best stories are those who, they have flaws. They go through some event and it makes them realize that they need to be better, and then they strive towards it, and they don't have to get to their end goal. It's just, again, the growth that comes from that Tony sees the world differently after that event, and is now trying to kind of step through it. And his naive, I'll just show up at the village and knock them out and it'll be fine. But it isn't, right? There's still more going on, and he realizes that even the people that he thought were close to him, and helped enable him, that was a weakness on his part. He's not really seeing the world as it is, but he's getting there, and he's trying to do the right thing, and he's trying to reduce his frivolous behaviors and all that, right? But he's still always tempted by them, because it's who you are. It takes time to stop being one kind of person and become another. And there may be habits that you have that will always stay with you, but it doesn't mean that you stop trying to do better. And so I think, I love seeing a character who is trying to overcome his weaknesses for the right reasons. And again, it's the struggle that matters, right? That's what actually changes you, the adversity.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, as for myself, I also have it as an 8.5. But again, like I could totally see it in not be swayed to give it a 9 either. I mean, I think because this isn't it's just about charm or status or even about like Tony's raw intelligence here. Like this is definitely measured by what can be turned away from indulgence and towards the responsibility that Tony Stark has to learn and understand and to grow with, because, you know, again, he's very gifted that they tell us at age 4, right, to age 6 to 17 to 21. And so you even just by a, you know, brief dialogue and narration, we understand exactly what Tony Stark means to this society in this movie here, but he's not mature enough to answer for what he has shaped, what sort of power that he could, you know, that he could grasp, and like, you know, is he worthy to hold that sort of power, to kind of be in this position? And if it wasn't through the suffering that he endures, the sacrifice he, you know, that he's willing to make at the end, or that, you know, Yinsen makes in front of him, his drive towards, you know, inventions of the suit, of the arc reactor, and also having this moral awakening, like it's through those things that he becomes something better and finds that purpose that he knows is right, and he becomes a protector. You know, he wants to protect Pepper, he wants to protect his friends, it's not even so much about Stark Industries or anything like that, but he wants to protect the people, right? The moment Gulmira comes into the conversation from, ironically, Mr. Brown, you know, and he understands what's happening here. If it wasn't, he probably wouldn't care as much if it wasn't for Yinsen, because he knows, oh my God, wait a second, Yinsen's from Gulmira. His family was from Gulmira. His family was killed there. This means a lot more, and I know what my weapons are doing, and that this is not what I want. I want something better than this. I want something more than this. And again, it's that aspiration that he works through and tries to achieve. And I think because you also have Yinsen as a strong character that has, again, the deepest masculinity through this entire movie here, and that shows that sacrifice can awaken something like it does in Tony for this purpose. You know, be better. Don't waste your life. Find something that is going to elevate it. And
find
don't
meaning.
give up.
Find something you
Right.
love.
Yeah,
Right?
and he does. It's right in front of him.
Yeah.
And again, I think between having great friends, partners with Pepper and Rhodey, like again, they help ground his transformation. And again, like where Obadiah is this warning, he's this flag. Well, again, he has his own aspirations, but it's corrupted. So we know that the other type of masculine authority that Obadiah represents, but it's kind of severed for this is from this consciousness. Although again, like the two of them could work well as a team. They just, as you mentioned earlier, Goodwin, where after this moral awakening, it's like, well, now he's the complete opposite of what Stane is. And I think all that is why Iron Man just works as a film, period. And not so much fitting in to the MCU or whatever comic books. It's just
this could have been a one and done,
overall.
and it still
Right.
would be remembered as a great movie.
Yeah, you know, and I think again, like the masculinity in this movie becomes meaningful when Tony finally takes the responsibility for it. You know, and it's because the other characters that really, you know, help build it up, propel it. So, yeah, just a great movie overall. And again, just a great movie for the masculinity. So I'll put a nice solid 8.5 for myself. So I mean,
Absolutely.
yeah, averaging just a really high rating. So, but yeah, and I saw some of you guys in chat saying it. Love it has changed hers to pie.
Yeah, she's giving it some pie.
And
I'm scandalized.
Right, yeah, going with the 6-7.
Yeah,
giving it with the,
absolutely, yeah.
What
well-rounded.
Yeah, Waylon's giving it a 4.5 out of 5 stars. And then I think Gord is being cryptic by saying I'm giving it 26. Probably 2 + 6 is 8, so he's probably giving an 8.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, have we run that math by Terrence Howard to make sure that's correct? I don't know. It's hard to.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
If we read it by Tony Stark, it's math never wrong. So, Coach was a 9 out of 10. Yeah, I think I saw Bootzilla give it a 9 out of 10 as well.
Let's
so.
make sure we shout out the Apex Chad Yinsen because my boy, what's up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yinsen's a G. You know, I don't want to forget a very other important but minor character here. Hold on.
Jarvis.
Listen, Robot was looking after Tony the entire time.
My
was
man
there.
getting donated to a city college. Stop it. That's what's happening.
He was there to put out the fire just in case. You know, he was a good robot.
And he's like, stop pointing it at me. I think I'm going to spontaneously combust because of you. Yeah, Waylon. Oh, trust me, that was the painful part of the movie for me. Was when he landed on the Cobra. God.
I know.
I'm like, oh hell no!
It's like, oh gosh. Night, Anthony. I'll see you later, brother.
Later, Tony.
Night.
Thank God that Cobra was probably a replica.
Oh,
I'm sure. Yeah, ain't nowhere they're going to use an actual Cobra for that. Would be blasphemous.
Yeah.
But I'll also say too. I remember seeing this film back in the theaters, and there's this clip I saved because I remember people laughing at this, but clapping for it at the same time. Kind of funny. Again, good robot.
3, 2, 1.
That must have hurt so much.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah, I just have to say, Tony Stark is actually liquefied in this movie multiple times. Let's be clear, physics is turned off for this movie, and all right, we'll accept it.
Yeah, I was like the fact that number one, he falls a couple times while in the suit.
The first suit, it is like, here I go. I'm going, seriously, Ariel, I come down and I immediately stop. Guess what? We'll be pouring Tony out of that helmet when we're done.
Yeah. Hey, welcome back, Jax. My power's back on.
Yay.
I know Leanne was having some AC issues, ironically, too. So, yeah, that concrete padding, though.
Yeah. Special concrete. Okay.
Yeah. We're going to wrap it up here. So, Jeff, where are you going to be for the rest of this week on the internet? What you got going on?
So tomorrow I'll be with a couple of buddies of mine on our other channel, Drink Up. We got our gaming stream. I think we're going to be playing Far, Far West again.
Sure.
That game's actually been pretty fun. So we're liking that. Thursday, I'll be on my channel live at 7 Central Time talking about some history. I'm not quite sure what the topic's going to be yet, but I'm leaning towards the 1715 fleet of Spanish galleons off of Florida's coast, off of Vero Beach.
Hell yeah.
That's my favorite vacation spot is down there. So, and then Friday back on Drink Up, 7 o'clock. So
I've been enjoying that when I tune in.
Good. Glad you can make it.
Yeah, dude, this Treasure Coast is great.
Oh, I love it down there.
Yeah, I've been meaning to go back, ironically, because I'm still trying to get lucky and trying to find something, but you know, probably most of it's been found. Especially by like Gary Drayton. I know is a big advocate for that area, but yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Everyone's links in the description below now, so go check everyone out. Go follow everyone, support them. Even Blue Collar Loser.
Thanks.
And yeah, and our boy Niat, Film Comics Explained, he needs some subs for sure. But
don't sub to Mo. Don't do that. No.
Yeah, don't sub to Mo. He's an avocado.
Yeah, for God's
sake. Yeah, you might catch some of the gayness.
Causes testicular shrinkage. It's my understanding. Yeah.
Does it?
Mo does, not actual avocados, but
no, Mo does.
Yeah.
Avocados.
Yeah.
I was worried about my own.
Trust me, yours is still bigger than Mo's. Love it.
Right, yeah.
Huevo.
Poor Mo.
Huevos grande.
Huevos grande.
Good one. What are you doing this week?
See, tomorrow on Blue Collars, we're going to be covering The Elephant Man, which I just want to say that movie, for some reason, there's a lot of allergens involved with that movie, and it can cause
True.
watery eyes.
Nick.
So take your antihistamines.
You know what's fucked up, Jay? Is Brawler's covering it after us. Like,
I saw that, and I was like, okay, we're going to have the good coverage, and then we're going to have training wheels and falling on your face version. Okay,
Jackson, you son of a bitch.
Yeah. I can't wait to compare and contrast those two analyses. That'll be fascinating. And then Wednesday, probably Browns. Who knows what he's going to be covering.
It's always fun.
And then otherwise, Niat's Friday for the Minority Report. We'll report on minorities, also some pop culture stuff, but mostly the minorities. And then, then Sunday, we're going to be covering Sacred Prophecy, Idiocracy.
Yeah.
One of the 3 sacred prophecies.
Well, there's no more Terminator films, Jay.
So nice.
Fuck those.
Yeah, I was like, man, I might be away out of town this weekend, and I might actually miss one of the Sacred Prophecy movies after discussing Terminator after Terminator movie.
Oh yeah.
Being brought through pain and suffering of my own. I'm on my own masculine arc on Niat's Monday or movie nights on Sundays for him.
Oh yeah, you got to gird your loins for some of those movies. Ooh, those are tough.
Jeez. But I mean, it's another good streak of good movies on his channel, and then we get to the Batman trilogy. But
yeah, that's unfortunate. But okay.
Love it. Also, I would say I think we talked about covering Elephant Man at some point on Masculine Monday.
Yes, I've advocated it a few times.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So, yeah, at some point for sure. Love it. What you got going on?
Nothing on my own channel right now. But today, Tuesday, I'll be on Matt's. I'm going to sneak on Matt's channel. He's doing a history.
Oh, love it. I'd love to hear you, but you're underwater and roboting. And,
I am.
while underwater robots are curiously arousing to me, I'm just pointing out.
Hi, Charlie Brown.
You suck, Goodwin.
Yes, miss.
He does.
Try
I'll
talking.
on Circle of Jerks Saturday, so we'll see what happens after May.
Okay. So yeah,
and Fury next week. Are we
What's
doing
that?
that?
Yes. Next Monday is Fury. Yeah, for
Best Snake movie besides
for,
Snake Girl.
Yep. For Memorial Day.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You're doing Fury. Absolutely. Blue. I know.
Yeah.
Jubin talked about.
So
What else got going on?
So it's too nasty my masculine rating there. I appreciate it. Anyway, screw off. No, it was it was cool to hang out with Cole and Jeff, and I wish Nia and Mo were here. But like the only time, Nick, I ever thinks after 3 hours of drinking, I will get emotional on your channel is that, Iron Man, you talk about masculinity being a father. Iron Man came out on May 2nd. My dad's birthday was May 8th, and my dad died a few months before Iron Man came out. And it's a stupid trope for some people, but you know what? When I went to go see Iron Man, I bought 2 tickets that day. I know it doesn't mean anything to the theaters, but for me, it mattered because like my dad's why I started watching Adam West Batman and movies. And I've told Goodwin famously, when Master and Commander came out, I didn't like that film. And he's like, Chris, trust me, don't worry, boy, watch this film again. I'm like, oh, Dad, you're a fucking genius. So yeah, Iron Man, it has a special place in my heart. I mean, to me, it's a 10 out of 10 film because of my bias. I've watched it more than any other MCU film because, it's like, takes you back to them days where, damn, Dad, you passed away just before, like, comic book nerds, for some people, don't get the whole, like, for my father's generation, seeing for him, he missed his lifetime. My dad was reading comic books in the 60s to see Tony Stark live on fucking a live action film on cinemas. That never happened. It's like he always said, he's like, boy, Star Wars for some kids seems stupid. When he was 1977, that was the greatest fucking film of all time. So I've got a certain bias for Iron Man, my favorite MCU film, because like, hey, Dad, I miss you. Thanks for getting me into comics. So yeah, so Goodwin today. I'm watching the Elephant Man, a shitty 1980s film where I won't be crying on camera about. Like,
no, definitely not. No. Again, take your antihistamines.
Nick, I told my mother, so Mom, remember Elephant Man? She goes, Chris, you covering that? She says, yeah. She's like, do you want to cry on your YouTube?
Exactly. Yeah.
And my mother said that shit. And I'm like,
That's savage.
It's not just one scene. There's a lot of scenes where you're like, oh, my eyes seem to have sprung a leak. What's going on with this?
But to Cole and Jeff and love it. I love that. The best part of being a father is like I get to watch films with my kid and seeing his reaction to films from the 80s and 90s and there's a film coming out this year, a certain Clint Eastwood film. I'm taking my kid to see in theaters, man.
Oh,
for the fucking 50th. Like
shows the whales.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean it's very touching. By your father. I didn't know that, but Blue's out here throwing the algae.
The whole bottle's gone, so fine I can say it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. In vino veritas. There we go.
Right. Davina, hello.
Oh, hey, Davina.
Right as we were winding up here, but good to see you nonetheless. Cole, thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the invite.
Absolutely. What you got going on?
I'll just be gaming this week, doing some Modern Warfare with Isaac and Mo and some of the other guys, Jose Taco. I got Heels versus Babyface on next week.
Oh,
we're going to be talking some Transformers again. We're trying to do those regularly.
Make sure he understands the Transformer he's looking at with big boobs is actually a Transformer. That's important for Az. So.
I love Michael Bay.
Yeah, he gets it. Yeah, so we're trying to do more of those. So coming down the pipeline. So yeah, that'll be next week, and yeah, that's about it.
Hell yeah. Yeah, you're playing Modern Warfare 2, correct?
Yeah, Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah,
on
I think we're playing
PS3
this morning, right?
Yeah, I played this morning.
Okay, that's what I thought. When I was I was gonna do some work. I'm like, I need to put something on. I'm like, let me use streaming. So I was lurking. I was listening and watching and just coding some stuff.
Yeah,
so
when Jay's not on, I'll usually I'll pop in and because I usually do a pre-Welcome to the Rebellion. Make sure yeah. I usually because Jay wasn't on this morning because they were back from LA, so I just moved on, played for a few hours this morning.
Yeah. I'll have to ask real quick as a completely different topic. Favorite Beast Wars Transformer or character?
I hate Beast Wars.
Dinobot.
Based.
I love Dinobot.
I think I've seen you say you hated it, but I still want to know if you have one.
I don't like Beast Wars, and I'll tell you the reason why. The reason why I don't like Beast Wars is because they had to bring the G1 community into Beast Wars. So if Beast Wars was so good, it should have been able to survive on its own. But when they brought the Ark in, when they brought Ravage in, when they brought Ghost of Starscream in, I did not like that. So,
yeah. Now, granted, there were a couple aspects I didn't mind, but once they started to do all that, because I mean, I grew up watching those as a kid too.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I don't know if this makes sense. Why are they doing this? But the toys were okay. I'd say if I had a favorite, probably Rampage, because he just wanted to destroy everything. But yeah, it all got really weird. Because I think didn't the spirit of Starscream inhabit Terrorsaur
Waspinator.
Or Waspinator. That's right.
Terrorize.
Waspinator.
Oh wow!
It's a rose-colored glass where every Friday me and 10 friends would watch Beast Wars. We watched that, then walk to high school.
Dude, we would make fun of Megatron. Yes, he would always say yes after everything. Yes.
Yeah.
I just
I can't show my Megatrons, but they're up there.
Yeah, I kind of see him, but
yeah.
You just say Megatron turned gay when he stopped being a pistol. Just saying.
A little bit.
That's why I have
now. I do have the G2 Megatron. He's up there, so that's sealed. So that one I'll let go.
Why are you gay? You are.
What are you doing?
My favorite Decepticon is Shockwave. Always has been, always will be.
Boombox, baby, let's go.
Right here.
Hell yeah, dude. Love Shockwave.
Yeah.
Ironically,
I
I'll
got
nerd
four
out just for 2 seconds.
I got 4 Shockwaves. I actually got the Radio Shock 1. I got 2 of the original. I got 3 of the original and the Astro Magnum. They were great.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, it's basically being a kid, guys, because everyone knows that, like, everyone had their favorite Ninja Turtle. Like, for Beast Wars, my favorite was Dinobot. My friend Willie, his friend was, like, Optimus Primal. My other friend, like, Cheetor. My other friend, like, Rat Trap. Like, it's always cool when you have, like, a group of friends where everyone has their own favorite character. With, like, X-Men, it's like, it's always cool. Everyone had their favorite X-Man from the 97 film or show.
Well, I did a video last week because I wanted to know how many Optimus Primes I had, and so I was up to, like, well, on the video I posted, it was like 35. But then I was missing like another 7. So
wait, so who's your favorite Autobot and Decepticon?
So my favorite Autobot is Jetfire.
Okay.
And then my favorite Decepticon is Shockwave.
Nice.
There you
go.
go.
Team Shockwave.
And I have actually some sealed Jetfires here. Cased.
Nice.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
And there's a couple behind me too. So.
Love it. Are you transforming right now?
I am.
I doubt so.
Let's see.
I'm transforming into your mom.
Your mom.
Your mom.
Tu madre.
Phrasing.
Good old Archer.
Yeah, gotta love Archer. I was gonna say for myself, no stream for me tomorrow night. Waiting on a couple things for TV shows, but stay tuned for that. Wednesday I'll be on ABF's stream 7 p.m. Eastern. Might be doing a gaming stream Thursday night, not sure yet. If I don't stream, I might go see Obsession, but we will see.
Go see it.
Yeah.
It's really good.
And then I'll do my afternoon stream on Friday, and then I might be out of town, but I'll be around, hanging around chats and popping in here and there. So next Monday, Memorial Day, we're covering Fury. With
let's be clear, Daxonar, that's not furry. It's Fury.
Right. Yeah. Dax, if you're still here. No, I think he dipped out, but I'll remind him that it's Fury, 1 R, not 2s, no fur. Is it actually Gord? Oh, Obsession is rather neat.
Obsession.
I've heard a lot of good things about it.
As have I. Unfortunately, I don't trust any of you.
I mean, I think the right people have said good things.
Have they? I remember Vex singing the praises of Romulus. So get the hell out of here.
Well,
she also was sucking off Nosferatu, which was not good.
Well, then what'd you say? Was it Tur also had similar horror?
Again, Tur is. The problem with horror fans is that they have no taste.
Pure horror fans have no taste. Yeah.
They're just, oh, look, I like the kills. Fuck off. Go away.
He's not wrong.
I was trying to see who else is streaming right now. I guess Cindy is not streaming. I don't see her.
Wayla makes a good point. Vex also tried to claim that Legally Blonde is a masculine movie.
That's true. She did try to mention that in my Discord. And I almost kicked her out. I almost put her on the ban, but I did not. I don't know who else is gaming or like streaming right now. So
we'll just die.
Yeah, we're just gonna I'd say
I'm going to bed.
Go on your merry ways, be masculine, have
Make
fun.
room for me, love it.
No.
I know
it. See everyone next time. Listen, I appreciate the Dilly raid, ABF raid. Appreciate everyone here at the panel. Cole, Blue, Jeff, Goodwin, love it. Yeah, Mo, you guys were awesome tonight. Chat, you guys were fucking fantastic tonight. This is definitely
not so much Mo, but otherwise, yeah, it was great.
Right, yeah. I mean, well,
fantastic guest.
We gotta cut him out here, but chat, you guys were amazing. Hold on, real quick. Vex urged me to watch Sovereign Reign, and that's one of the 2 grudges I've held my entire life. That's a brown woman opinion, Gemma. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys were fantastic. Appreciate each and one of you watching on whether it's X or YouTube. Remember to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't. We're making our way towards 1,000 subs, which I'm trying to get to before my birthday because it'd be cool just to do a nice joint effort stream.
Would be nice.
And who knows what kind of shenanigans might happen. I was thinking about doing some giveaways as well of my own bathwater. I think that's like a thing that streamers do.
I'm actually going to make a candle that smells like my taint. So
yeah,
well,
I'm gonna do
the
Knicks post gym aftershave. I'm gonna kind of license that out in nice little bottles. So do
we get some side scrote?
Yeah, scrote cam.
Scrote cam definitely going to be lit up.
Right, and I mean, listen, maybe like I'll have different ones so you can tell like what was after leg day or like chest day, arms, right? So like be limited bottles of the post gym aftershave or whatever. So or whatever women would like to do with that either. So
Testes by Ralph Lauren.
Testes. Yeah. Yeah, Davina's got it. Nick slop $100 in
there we go.
Molly, where the hell have you been? Oh, well, back to bed for me.
Night, Molly.
Night, Molly. We heard, dude, Whaley, we heard one tonight from Mo. I'm gonna save it until the birthday stream. We've got a month. We've officially have how many weeks away? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks away. 4 weeks away. So
make it happen.
we got 4 weeks to hit at 1,000 subs, and because I'd say maybe a little bit over that because how YouTube could be like, oh, you gained more, and then like boom, like in the next day, like they'll just subtract subs.
No, my bad. Taking that back.
What happened?
No, that's it. It was like, oh, here's 1,000. Oh, nah, my bad. I'm gonna take back.
Yeah. Like no. You're back at like 996. It's fine. Yeah.
On further review.
Yeah.
Fuck the refs.
Yeah, I know. Fucking zebras. Yeah, shop slop early buyer discount.
That's right.
Yeah, here you go. Wait for it. Discount.
Well, Montreal did win tonight.
Montreal. Yeah, I had the phone up, on my phone up over here on like the side of my computer because I know that they went in overtime and then
they went to double.
They won. Yep. Montreal versus Carolina in hockey, eh?
Oh yeah, you betcha.
And then we got Colorado and in Vegas. So,
Cole Hauser, you remember was it To Protect and Serve, the Canadian version of Cops that aired in Canada?
Yep.
I was in Edmonton because we had a remote office there, and I was stuck there for a few weeks. I'd watch that shit religiously because it was hilarious to me. They're like, guy actually takes over a convenience store and is threatening or whatever, and basically the cops are like, oh, hey, no way, Hoser, you take off and this and that one, and then finally they're like, you better come out and went, yeah, okay. And I was like, what the hell is this? It's the most polite version of cops I've ever seen. They pick up, there's like some drugs, so they suspend their license for a day. Basically, you can get home, and then they follow them home while they're driving. They also picked up a hooker and drove her home somewhere. It was just like, what am I watching? This is insanity.
Yeah, that's the norm out here. Not surprising.
We'll play a little clip on the way out and kill the power and kill the stream. Not everyone.
Let's do it.
See you guys later.